Chapter 1634. We've finally won. I never thought that the crisis of the world would be so terrifying. We've sacrificed so many experts to destroy it, including a few Origin Realm experts. Many people from the four races of the Tian-Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints gently sighed. Many of them became dazed. Everything that had happened before was like a dream to them. They had lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. They could even occasionally learn about things that happened millions of years ago through some ancient book. Whether it was qualifications or experience, they were incomparably rich. Not to say that they knew the beginning and end of the world, but almost all the sensational events that happened in the past million years were clear to many of them. However, what happened today completely subverted their understanding. A single crisis of the world had caused such heavy damage to the Tian-Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints, where they had almost been destroyed. This shocked everyone present. Even though they had successfully survived the crisis, every single one of them knew extremely well just how dangerous it had been for them to survive the crisis. This battle was destined to be passed down through the ages. It would be recorded in the ancient records of various organizations and passed down for all eternity. The world of Forsaken Saints had paid a price far greater than the Tian-Yuan continent in the battle against the evil spirit. Tens of thousands of sainthood experts had died. They had all sacrificed their lives willingly, burning their vital energies and forcing all the power of their bloodline into the primordial god silk. Even their corpses had been reduced to ashes. Even a few protectors and elders who had reached the Origin Realm had suffered the same fate. The surviving cultivators from the world of Forsaken Saints were all pale and haggard because they had lost a large amount of essence blood. Many of them had already collapsed on the ground. The same was true for the Spirit King. He was even weaker than the experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. Not only was he the one who had lost the most essence blood, but he had also suffered an intense backlash from forcefully using the second move of a will to split the heavens in the battle against the evil spirit. Not only had his vitality weakened, but his wounds were so severe that he was even more injured than anyone else present. Jianshan was also heavily injured, even more so than the Spirit King at times. However, he possessed the chaotic body and the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. The two powers basically healed him at all times, so his wounds did not worsen at all. Instead, most of them had recovered. The crisis of the world has been destroyed now, but the evil power from the crisis still hasn't completely dispersed. How do we deal with this power? If we let this power remain in the sky, it'll probably cause some people to feel uneasy. The Spirit King looked at the sky. The Spirit King stared at the sky and growled. However, his voice was filled with an unconcealable sense of weakness. Jianshan looked over. The blood-red clouds in the sky were still as dense as ever. From afar, it seemed like a huge, red carpet had spread across the sky, dyeing the entire region blood-red. The scorching sun was unable to penetrate it at all. Jianshan frowned when he saw this. Even though the power of the primordial godsilk had wiped out a third of the evil spirit's power, the remaining two-thirds was still extremely vast to Jianshan and the Spirit King. It had completely exceeded their strength. However, the evil spirit no longer controlled the power, so the threat it posed was reduced to a minimum. It could even be said that it was no longer a threat. However, completely wiping out the evil spirit's power was not something that Jianshan and the Spirit King could do. It was still not an easy task. Senior Aladona, can you lend us a hand and completely wipe out the evil power left behind by the crisis of the world? Jianshan asked the elven god tree in the territory of the elves on the wasteland continent for help. His primordial godsilk was almost completely depleted, so using the power of the primordial godsilk to purify the evil power was clearly unrealistic. At the same time, many of the cultivators from the world of Forsaken Saints had lost a large amount of essence blood earlier. Their blood had been regenerated time and time again, so they were all extremely weak. They were obviously unable to use the same method as before. After all, the evil spirit had been wiped out, so the remaining evil power did not pose much of a threat anymore. I can only use 30% of my life force to help you at most. There's only 1.5 left, so it's not enough to wipe out the evil power. However, I can use it to push the evil power into outer space, but I'll need the two of you to work together. Aladona's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Her voice was rather weak as well. Clearly, losing 30% of her life force was a great loss to her. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior, Jianshan said gratefully. As long as the evil power was pushed into outer space, he would have time to slowly deal with it. I wonder if my chaotic body can absorb this evil power. If it can, then my chaotic body. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He immediately became rather tempted. Afterward, Jianshan, the Spirit King, and Aladona worked together. They used their supreme strength to seal up the evil power and slowly pushed it into outer space. At this moment, Aladona only had around 1/10 of her life force remaining. The injuries on your body are not light. If you don't treat them well, it may even leave behind irreversible sequelae that will affect your cultivation in the future. I'll give you this last bit of vitality to help you heal your injuries. It can also be considered as a good karma. However, I can't do anything about the injuries on your soul. Aladona's voice rang out in the Spirit King's head. Afterward, her last bit of life force immediately turned into a tremendous amount of life force and was channeled into the Spirit King's body. At that moment, the Spirit King became enveloped by a layer of dense, green light. His wounds healed at an unbelievable rate under the green light. Even the weakness on his face rapidly receded. In just a few seconds, the Spirit King had completely recovered from his heavy wound. He healed so quickly that it had completely surpassed the fusion of Jianshan's chaotic body and radiant Saint Force origin energy. After all, this was the life force of a divine king. Even though it was not a lot, it was still extremely terrifying. It was not something Class 9, Radiant Saint Force Origin Energy could compare to. Thank you, Senior. Shun Jian will remember your kindness today. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. The Spirit King clasped his hands in Aladona's direction. Not only had the strand of life force from Aladona healed his wounds, but the remaining life force had also fused with his cultivation, turning into his own energy. His strength had increased by quite a lot once again. If it were not for the restrictions of this world, he could have reached godhood at any time. The blood-red cloud that enveloped the Tianyuan continent had vanished. When the scorching sun illuminated the land once again, Jianshan had already entered the evil power all by himself. He wanted to try and see if he could absorb the power and refine it into his own chaotic force. Chapter 1635. As soon as Jianshan entered the blood-red cloud, he felt an extremely tremendous pressure radiate from all directions. It weighed down on him like mountains, causing him to suddenly sink. His speed was greatly affected, making him much slower. At the same time, an evil presence entered Jianshan's head, affecting Jianshan's soul. Vaguely, he seemed to hallucinate. Jianshan's eyes narrowed as a gleam of light flickered through them. He calmed himself down and suppressed the thoughts of hallucinating from the evil power. Afterward, the azulate swords hovered above his head, shining with an azure and violet light. They formed a barrier around him. Chaotic force filled his entire body at that moment as well, working with the azulate swords to block the pressure from the blood-red cloud. After all, the blood-red cloud was equivalent to the evil spirit's power at its peak. Even though 1/3 of it had been purified by the primordial godsilk, the remaining 2/3 was still far more powerful than Jianshan. If the evil spirit still possessed its consciousness, even if it controlled the remaining 2/3, the strength it could unleash would be far more than what Jianshan and the Spirit King could contend against. Even though the evil spirit had been destroyed, the power of the blood-red cloud still pressured Jianshan quite a bit. Jianxin did not approach the center of the blood-red cloud. Instead, he only traveled 100 meters before stopping at the edge of the cloud. He sat down sternly. Even though he knew that the evil spirit had been destroyed, Jianxin still did not dare to be careless as he stood in the blood-red cloud. This was because the cloud was just too powerful. It had completely surpassed the level of deities. He even suspected that even the power controlled by gods was not as great as the blood-red cloud. Jianxin sat in the blood-red cloud and sucked in a deep breath. He slowly closed his eyes and began to carefully absorb the power of the cloud. Since the cloud was just too powerful and contained an extremely evil presence, Jianxin did not know whether his chaotic body could absorb the power, nor did he know whether the power would harm him or not. As a result, he did not dare to act recklessly for the first time. He only absorbed a tiny sliver of the cloud's power. When Jianxin absorbed the tiny sliver of power, his body began to tremble violently before he could refine it. As soon as the sliver of power entered his body, it erupted with an extremely great power. It was like an exploding barrel of gunpowder, erupting with shocking pulses. It had almost shattered Jianxin's meridians. The sliver of power was just too great. Even with Jianxin's 8th-layer chaotic body, he found it rather difficult to endure, yet he had only absorbed a tiny sliver. If he absorbed too much of it all at once, he would probably become extremely heavily injured. Jianxin gritted his teeth and silently endured the intense pain. Every time his chaotic body broke through, he would have to undergo the pain of refining his body. Every time he underwent the process, it would be a torment of life and death. The pain from the sliver of power was nowhere near as great as the pain from refining his body. Enduring this kind of pain was nothing to Jianxin. The chaotic body within Jianxin's chaotic Niden surged as strands of chaotic force surged. At the same time, he circulated his cultivation method to refine the sliver of power. Even though the power of the cloud was great, it was only a tiny sliver. There was not enough of it, so it was refined by Jianxin in just a short while. Jianxin did not rejoice at all after refining the sliver of power. Instead, he frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He murmured, "The sliver of power has actually been refined into nothingness. It hasn't brought me any benefits at all. Is it impossible to refine the power in the cloud?" Impossible. Chaotic force is the highest level of energy in the universe. Aside from Xian Wang Qi, there is no other energy that can compare to chaotic force. Even the yin and yang qi are formed from chaotic force. Although my current chaotic force is far from being true chaotic force, it still possesses a sliver of the characteristics of chaotic force. Although the power of the blood cloud is stronger than the 8th layer of chaotic force that I have grasped, it is still an ownerless energy that cannot be controlled by anyone. Logically speaking, if I want to refine and absorb the energy of the blood cloud, there is a 70 to 80% chance of success. Jianxin dismissed the idea that the chaotic body was unable to absorb the power of the cloud very soon. According to his understanding of chaotic force, it could absorb all kinds of energy in the world. There was no distinction between the 5 elements. Of course, that was under the premise that the absorbed energy was within the tolerance of his chaotic body. Jianxin did not give up. He continued to absorb and refine the power of the cloud. After a moment of thought, he became even more confident that the chaotic body could absorb the power of the cloud. If the cloud was under the evil spirit's control, he naturally would not have dared to think like that. However, the cloud of power was only a form of death energy that he could not resist. It did not even possess the ability to attack, which gave him a sliver of a chance to refine it for his own use. The amount of energy required to break through to the next layer of the chaotic body would multiply. It required an extremely large amount of energy. Now that he had reached the 8th layer, the amount of resources he needed to reach the 9th layer would exceed Jianxin's imagination. This amount of resources was not something that could be found on the Tianyuan continent. If he could use the power of the evil spirit's clone to advance his chaotic body, even if he could not reach the 9th layer, it would still be a great fortune for Jianchen. He could not afford to miss it. On his second attempt, Jianchen failed as well. The strand of energy he had absorbed was forcefully refined into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. His chaotic body did not grow at all either. Jianchen did not become dejected. He tried a 3rd time, but he failed as well. 4th time, failure. 5th time, failure. Finally, after 5 failures, Jianchen succeeded on his 6th try. The strand of energy that he had absorbed was finally refined into a strand of chaotic force, turning into his own power. I understand now. Due to the uniqueness of the blood cloud's energy, I can't refine every single strand into chaotic force. I need to extract its essence, but the difficulty lies in the fact that it's impossible to distinguish the essence. Jianchen's eyes shone brightly. As long as he could refine the energy into chaotic force, he would be happy even if he had to waste a lot of time. Chapter 1636. Afterwards, Jianchen seemed to have gone mad. He became completely submerged in cultivation, using this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to increase his strength as much as possible. He did not pay any attention to the various matters that had occurred after the battle on the Tianyuan continent. After telling everyone that he was going into seclusion through a simple message, he completely sealed himself off in the blood-red cloud. Only after Jianchen had gone into seclusion did the experts of the 2 worlds begin to disperse. The first to leave were the people from the 4 races. Some of the more heavily injured people left as soon as possible, returning to their own clans to heal. There were also many cultivators who had lost their loved ones who remained. They stared at the battlefield in sorrow as they struggled to calm down. They refused to leave even after a very long time. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the people gathered on the battlefield had left. They all belonged to the 4 races of this world. The cultivators from the world of Forsaken Saints all remained where they were. None of them dared to leave without the Spirit King's orders. The Spirit King was the absolute ruler of the world of Forsaken Saints. If the world of Forsaken Saints was an empire, the Spirit King would be the emperor of the empire, unlike the 4 races of the Tianyuan continent. Although each race possessed origin realm experts, they did not place too many restrictions on their clansmen. They were relatively more free. I never thought that Jianchen would choose to enter seclusion at a time like this. Are you really cultivating? Or are you running away from something? The Spirit King stared at the blood-red cloud in outer space as he murmured emotionlessly. Whatever. Since you want to enter seclusion, I'll wait until you're done. I just happen to need some time to heal the wounds of my soul, thought the Spirit King before looking away. He looked at the cultivators from the world of Forsaken Saints who had yet to leave and said, "All of you return. The protectors and elders remain on the Tianyuan continent to recover. Once you've recovered, cooperate with the Tianyuan continent to clean up the battlefield." The cultivators from the world of Forsaken Saints nodded in unison. Afterward, all the sainthood experts returned to the world of Forsaken Saints through Space Gate. All the protectors and elders remained behind. They all understood that the Spirit King wanted them to remain because he was preparing to set foot on the Tianyuan continent. Although the greatest contributor was Jianchen, their world of Forsaken Saints had contributed greatly as well. It could even be said that if it were not for the cultivators from the world of Forsaken Saints who were willing to sacrifice their lives, they would still have been defeated in the end even with Jianchen's help. Their world of Forsaken Saints had paid such a heavy price to deal with the crisis of the world. If the Tianyuan continent did not provide them with satisfactory compensation, they would never give up. Count up all the clansmen who have died after burning their vital energies. Place their memorial tablets in the Sacred Spirit Hall. Their clans and relatives will be protected by the Sacred Spirit Hall, ordered the Spirit King. Yes, Spirit King. The protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints replied. Our Tianyuan continent wants a list of their names as well. We admire their great contributions to stopping the crisis of the world. We want their names and heroic deeds to be passed down. They deserve all of our respect. Shangguanmu slowly flew over from afar and said sternly. With her strength at mid-reciprocity, she was the undisputed second sovereign of the human race. Her every word and action could obviously influence the humans of the Tian-Yuan continent. She could make some decisions for certain matters. The Spirit King looked at Shangguanmu, and an undetectable gleam of light flashed through his eyes. After a moment of thought, he said, "You're also a human of the Tian-Yuan continent, and you're a reciprocity expert who's only weaker than Jianchen. You can represent the Tian-Yuan continent. Since Jianchen isn't here right now, why don't you represent this world and come to an agreement with our world of Forsaken Saints?" Shangguanmu's heart skipped a beat. Although she had no idea what the agreement would entail, or even if it existed at all, she understood that the Spirit King wanted to use the fact that their world of Forsaken Saints had contributed greatly to stopping the crisis of the world to ask for a piece of land from the Tian-Yuan continent so that the world of Forsaken Saints could settle down. Due to the harsh environment of the world of Forsaken Saints, countless people would die to natural disasters every year. It was not suitable for weak cultivators to live in, while the natural environment of the Tian-Yuan continent was like heaven to the weak cultivators of the world of Forsaken Saints. As a result, not only did the world of Forsaken Saints need to pass through the Tian-Yuan continent to reach the Saints' world, it was also to find a place for the weak cultivators of the Forsaken Saints to settle down. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the Spirit King. I may be a human of the Tian-Yuan continent, but I don't live on the Tian-Yuan continent. I've always stayed on Three Saint Island. This is related to the agreement between the Tian-Yuan continent and your world of Forsaken Saints, so how can I make the decision as a foreigner?" "Let's wait for the human sovereign Jianchen to make the decision," said Shangguanmu. The Spirit King frowned slightly. He glanced at the huge, blood-red cloud in outer space deeply and said emotionlessly, "If that's the case, I'll wait for Jianchen to emerge." "Xiongzhong." "Present." Xiongzhong immediately bowed to the Spirit King from nearby. He was extremely polite. "Once you've recovered, discuss with the representatives of the Tian-Yuan continent about the matter of territory. Draw up a map first, and Jianchen and I will make the final decision," the Spirit King said emotionlessly. His voice was filled with an unquestionable dominance. "Yes, Spirit King," Xiongzhong replied politely. With that, the Spirit King no longer remained. With a flash, he turned into a streak of light and left. However, he did not return to the world of Forsaken Saints immediately. Instead, he paid a visit to the territory of the elves on the Wasteland continent to personally thank Aladona, who had transformed into the elven god tree. Only then did he return to the world of Forsaken Saints through a spatial tunnel to heal his soul. He had no idea whether he and Jianchen would engage in a battle over territory once Jianchen emerged. If they really did fight, it would be very difficult for him to be Jianchen's opponent with his injured soul. As a result, he needed to return to his peak condition before Jianchen emerged. This was because he would not back down when it came to territory, even if he and Jianchen had once come from the same world. The expressions of Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, Guihai Yidao, and the other human sovereigns became rather ugly when they saw the Spirit King leave all the Origin Realm elders and protectors on the Tian-Yuan continent. They all arrived beside Shangguanmu, hoping that she would remain on the Tian-Yuan continent. After all, Jianchen was not present right now. They felt extremely pressured when facing so many Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. On the other side, the expressions of the Origin Realm elders and protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints changed slightly when they saw how Yang Lai and the others wished for Shangguanmu to remain on the Tian-Yuan continent. All of their gazes toward Shangguanmu were filled with deep fear. "Don't worry. I will pay attention to the Tian-Yuan continent at all times from Three Saint Island. If there's a need, I will hurry over immediately. Shangguan Mu tactfully declined their requests before looking at the crowd. Her gaze landed on Shao Qian, Shao Yu, and Shangguan Aojian. When she saw Shangguan Aojian, a sliver of gentleness finally appeared in her cold eyes. She said, Shao Bao, Shao Qian, Shao Yu, let's return to the island. Shao Bao, Shao Qian, and Shao Yu had all taken part in the battle. They were currently filled with weakness and exhaustion. The three of them immediately flew out of the crowd when they heard Shangguan Mu's words. Under the envious gazes of many people, they returned to Three Saint Island with Shangguan Mu. At the same time, a cold gaze landed on Shangguan Aojian's back from the crowd. There was some disdain in that gaze. It was a young man with an extraordinary bearing. His face was filled with undisguised pride. Even though he also seemed rather weak, he was unable to hide the noble bearing of someone from a large clan. The young man was the young master of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Su. Over 20 years had passed, but Changyang Su had not changed at all compared to 20 years ago. Both his appearance and bearing were the same as before. The only thing that had changed was his strength. He was no longer a great saint master from 20 years ago. He was a saint ruler who had reached sainthood. Of course, he had only become a saint ruler after consuming countless precious heavenly resources and various resources from Changyang Prefecture. As the young master of Changyang Prefecture, coupled with the fact that he was loved by Changyang Ba, who held the greatest authority in Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Su was able to use all the resources in Changyang Prefecture fearlessly. He also received personal guidance from more than one holy emperor, which was why he was able to become a saint ruler at such a young age. He was different from Shangguan Aojian. Shangguan Aojian kept a low profile and never acted ostentatiously. Although there had been rumors about the young master of Three Saint Island on the Tian-Yuan continent in recent years, the rumors gradually vanished as Shangguan Aojian kept a low profile. On the other hand, Changyang Su's status immediately skyrocketed after he became the young master of Changyang Prefecture due to his glorious clan and terrifying background. He received the attention of countless people on the continent. Coupled with his rapid cultivation talent, rumors gradually spread that the young master of Changyang Prefecture would be able to catch up to Jianshan in the future. This was because Changyang Su had not used a violet cloud peach to become a saint ruler. Changyang Su stared at Shangguan Aojian's back as he clenched his fist. He thought, "Young master of Three Saint Island, I'll show you my power before long. Aren't you just a step ahead of me because you used the violet cloud peach you obtained from my uncle? Now that my uncle has returned, I'll have a violet cloud peach very soon as well, and it'll be of the best quality. Once I consume it, I'll personally go to Three Saint Island to challenge you and crush you beneath my feet. I'll make you understand that the reason why I lost to you several dozen times over the years was because I didn't have a violet cloud peach." Chapter 1637. After Shangguan Mu's departure, the sainthood experts of the Sea race and the 100 races all left the Tian-Yuan continent with Poseidon and Tai. They returned to their own territories to recover. The battle earlier had been extremely difficult and dangerous. Although they had won in the end, the origin realm experts of the 4 races and the protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints had all become extremely exhausted. In particular, the protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints had exceeded their limits to regenerate blood, so they had exhausted far more energy than the origin realm experts from the Tian-Yuan continent. However, although Poseidon and Tai Ta had left the Tian-Yuan continent and returned to their own clans, the two of them were the same as Shangguan Mu. They paid close attention to the situation on the Tian-Yuan continent from very far away, guarding against the protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints. The White Tiger did not return to the Beast God continent with the majority of the people from the Beast God continent. Instead, he remained on the Tian-Yuan continent, returning to Flame City with Shao Jin and Shao Ling. Although he was the beast god of the magical beasts, the sovereign of the magical beasts, the white tiger did not feel any attachment to the beast god continent at all. He did not feel any sense of belonging at all. On the other hand, Flame City was Jianshan's city, so the white tiger felt a greater sense of belonging when he stayed there. Moreover, with so many Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints remaining on the Tianyuan continent and Jianshan just happened to be away, the existence of the protectors and elders placed a great deal of pressure on the Tianyuan continent. At a time like this, the Tianyuan continent just happened to require even more Origin Realm expert. The White Tiger, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Ling personally stayed in Flame City, which unknowingly increased the city's status. Naturally, the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Songqiong, would take care of the matters on the Beast God continent. With Songqiong's experience, dealing with these matters was obviously a piece of cake for him. On the other hand, although the White Tiger was an Origin Realm expert, he did not have any experience in leadership. After all, his age and experience were all there was to it. Xiao Ling was the barrier spirit of Mercenary City, silently guarding the city for 1,000,000 years. However, Mercenary City had been destroyed long ago. Even the seal beneath Mercenary City had been destroyed. Her mission no longer existed. She would no longer be bound. In this world, Xiao Ling no longer had anyone close to her other than Jianshan. As a result, she had no home, so she naturally remained in Flame City. Perhaps even Xiao Ling herself did not realize it, but she had already begun to treat Flame City as her home. This was because the city had been founded by her brother, Jianshan. She felt a sense of closeness as she remained there. A Da, a Air, a San, and a Sea, the 4 new Origin Realm experts, currently supported each other as they stood on the shattered ground. They all looked at the blood-red cloud in outer space. During the battle against the evil spirit, the 4 of them had all broken through to the Origin Realm through the 4 strands of sword chi hidden in Jianshan's arm. Afterward, they used a formation and unleashed an earth-shaking strike to heavily injure the evil spirit. Due to the formation being far too powerful, they suffered a severe backlash after using it with their strength at the Origin Realm. As a result, the 4 of them did not even possess the ability to float. They stood on the shattered ground like ordinary people. Even though that was the case, no one dared to underestimate the 4 of them. Even though everyone could sense just how weak they were right now, the 4 of them had reached the Origin Realm after all. They had become the sovereigns of a world. Their status was completely different from before. Congratulations to the 4 of you for breaking through and reaching the Origin Realm. Although the battle has ended, the threat still remains. Please head to the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City to heal. We will provide you with the best medicine so that you can recover as soon as possible, said Jianshan. Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Gui Haidao arrived before the 4 brothers and invited them. The 4 of them could already tell that the 4 brothers were the most heavily injured among all the Origin Realm experts present. As a matter of fact, the 4 of them were unable to use the strength of the Origin Realm in their current condition. Probably even cultivators at the level of the Holy Emperor could pose a threat to them. Moreover, there were many Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints on the Tianyuan continent. Their existence was a great threat, so for safety's sake, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Gui Haidao invited the 4 brothers to stay in the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City. This was because there was probably no other place on the Tianyuan continent that was safer than the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City aside from 3 Saint Island. Even Flame City was not safe. Although the powerful island master of 3 Saint Island was paying close attention to the Tianyuan continent, the 4 brothers were just too weak. If someone from the world of Forsaken Saints attacked the 4 of them at a time like this, probably even the island master would not be able to save them in time. Da shook his head. Although we're heavily injured, we're not as weak as we seem. We still have some power to protect ourselves. Farewell. Da's voice was still slightly weak, but it was filled with extremely great confidence. Ada and his brothers left this place. The four brothers supported each other as they wobbled into the air and flew into the distance. Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Gui Haidao remained where they were as they watched the four brothers leave. The three of them felt rather regretful that they were unable to keep the four brothers on the Tian-Yuan continent. They also felt slightly worried. They were worried that the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints would take advantage of the fact that the four brothers were weak to make trouble for them once they were far away. However, the four brothers insisted on leaving, so the three of them could not help them even if they wanted to. Jianshan was not present and Shangguan Mu'er was on Three Saint Island. The remaining Origin Realm experts on the Tian-Yuan continent were unable to put up any resistance against the protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saint. They even felt extremely fortunate that the protectors and elders did not take the initiative to attack them. Brother Jianshan's tower. Asi looked at Ada after leaving. He carefully communicated with him through a communication technique. A sliver of confusion appeared in his eyes. Chapter 1638. Let's do as you say. Let's find a place to cultivate first and recover our energy. At the same time, some unfamiliar information appeared in my head for some reason when I broke through. I need time to digest it all. All the Origin Realm elders and protectors gathered together in the world of Forsaken Saints. None of them left first. The Origin Realm experts of the Tian-Yuan continent were wary of them, but they were wary of the Tian-Yuan continent as well. They were wary of whether Shangguan Mu'er would secretly attack them at all times. The protectors and elders had experienced just how powerful Shangguan Mu'er was back in the world mountains of the world of Forsaken Saints. Even when they were at peak condition and had Ouyang Yangwen and Xiongzhong, two early reciprocity experts, they were only able to match Shangguan Mu'er when they worked together. Not to mention that Ouyang Yangwen was no longer present. Among the returnants elders, Gongxi Ming and several other receival experts had died. Their strength had plummeted. If Shangguan Mu'er moved against them now, they had no doubt that she could easily heavily injure them all by herself. With the potential threat that was Shangguan Mu'er, all of them felt like they were standing on the edge of a pit of fire on the Tian-Yuan continent. If they were careless, they would be doomed. Let's go as well. We can't split up during this time, just in case. I'll keep the God-slaying formation safe. Once Shangguan Mu'er attacks us, we'll use the God-slaying formation to fend her off, Xiongzhong said to the protectors and elders behind him through a communication technique sternly. The protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints also nodded sternly. They all felt an intense sense of danger after the Spirit King's departure. Although they knew that neither Jianshan nor Shangguan Mu'er would attack them since they had contributed greatly to the crisis of the world, they still needed to be on guard. As for attacking the Origin Realm experts of the Tian-Yuan continent and making them lose a few more Origin Realm experts so that they could gain more benefits in the upcoming negotiations, they rejected the idea without any hesitation as soon as it appeared. If it were not for Shangguan Mu'er on Three Saint Island, the Origin Realm experts of the Tian-Yuan continent would not be a threat to them at all. Perhaps they really would have done something. As for Jianshan, the Spirit King would obviously deal with him. However, they did not dare to act recklessly due to Shangguan Mu'er's existence. At the same time, some of them even believed that they would be extremely lucky if Shangguan Mu'er did not attack them in the following days. The aftermath of the battle proceeded in an orderly manner. The devastated Tian-Yuan continent gradually recovered its peace. The various organizations and experts on the Tian-Yuan continent all went into hiding as the battle calmed down. They had first fought against the world of Forsaken Saints before taking part in the crisis of the world, so they had suffered heavy losses. Even the 10 protector clans that had stood for 1,000,000 years gradually declined. While the war brought heavy casualties, it also caused new changes to the situation on the Tian-Yuan continent. First, the 10 protector clans entered a period of unprecedented weakness. Aside from Changyang Prefecture, the Breeze Pavilion, and the Tyrant's Blade School that were still as powerful as the midday sun, the other 7 protector clans basically only existed in name. The Holy Emperor and Holy Emperor of the protector clans had all died in battle. Without the Holy Emperor and Holy Emperor, the protector clans were not even as powerful as some ancient clans. In particular, a few powerful ancient clans seemed to be about to replace the protector clans. The peaceful Tian-Yuan continent had basically entered an era where saint rulers and holy emperors did not appear. The crisis of the world had been averted, and the problem with the Yinyang Saint Rock had been completely resolved. Without the rock's interference, the laws of the world gradually began to perfect. Cultivation became easier than before. Even the origin energy that had vanished for countless years had reappeared, allowing sainthood experts to break through with greater ease. Even the Holy Emperor had hopes of reaching the origin realm. As a result, many sainthood experts chose to remain in seclusion at this time. As they recovered, they also hoped that their strength would increase. The only thing that didn't change was the weak human realm warriors. These warriors were either fighting for their own livelihood or fighting for their own cultivation resources and cultivation method. They were still fighting with magical beasts or their own kind. They were willing to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood just to fight for a better tomorrow for themselves. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed peacefully. During those 3 years, a huge stone tablet stood in many cities on the Tian-Yuan continent. Every single stone tablet was protected by a mysterious power. They were so tough that even the Holy Emperor could not destroy them. The stone tablet was covered in unfamiliar names. On one side of the tablet was a description of how the owners of the names had once made great sacrifices for the sake of fending off the crisis of the world. Many people on the Tian-Yuan continent admired their heroic deed. Other than that, rainbow clouds constantly appeared in the sky of the Tian-Yuan continent, the Beast God continent, and the Wasteland continent. Many people broke through during those 3 years. They either became kings, or emperors, but no one reached the origin realm. As for the sea, even though there were no auspicious clouds in the depths of the sea due to the sea god barrier, there were still many people who had made breakthroughs. The losses that the world had sustained in the previous battle were slowly recovering bit by bit. With the departure of the ice goddess Hall, the Arctic tundra's coldness rapidly plummeted, turning into a world of ice that posed no threat at all. At this moment, a golden divine hall stood silently in the depths of the tundra. The divine hall seemed to be forged from gold, shining with golden light. It was extremely eye-catching in the snow-white world of ice. Under Xiongzhong's lead, all the Origin Realm elders and protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints had gathered in the divine hall. During the past year, they had only sent a single protector to help the Tian-Yuan continent deal with the aftermath of the battle. The rest of them had remained in the tundra to recover. They had not set foot on the Tian-Yuan continent at all. They had not even set foot in the divine hall. Shangguan Mu are hung over their heads like a sharp sword. Chapter 1639. After a year of recuperation, we've all returned to our peak condition. It's time for us to complete the mission the Spirit King gave us before he left. As the only reciprocity expert among the protectors and elders, Xiongzhong boldly sat at the very front as he stared at the protectors and elders below sternly. The Tian-Yuan continent has Shangguan Mu enough to make us all fear her, and we don't know if she'll interfere with the negotiations with the Tian-Yuan continent this time. However, you must remember that the calamity of the world cannot be averted without the sacrifice of our people. At the same time, this is a mission the Spirit King personally gave us. As a result, even if Shangguan Mu wants to interfere, we can't back down at all, nor can we harm the interests of our world. We've already sacrificed enough for this world, so it's time for us to take back some things. Let's set off now, Xiongzhong said with a heavy voice. With a wave of his hand, all the protectors and elders left the divine hall and headed for the Tian-Yuan continent. There was an extremely ordinary mountain village near the Cross Mountains on the Tian-Yuan continent. A few villagers lived there, and they farmed for a living. Although there were a few young people who cultivated Saint Force, they were not particularly powerful. They could only be used to deal with a few low-level magical beasts. At that moment, in a farm in the small mountain village, an old man in sackcloth wielded a hoe. Using his muddy hands, he bent over and carefully planted vegetable sprouts into the ground. His aged eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. "Houston, the people from the world of Forsaken Saints have come. Please come to the Flame City of the Flame Mercenaries immediately." At this moment, a voice clearly rang out from afar, echoing in the old man's head. The old man's expression remained the same. After planting the vegetable sprout into the ground, he patted the soil off his hand. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a hoe made of ordinary iron. On an isolated island in the boundless sea, 4 old men were sitting cross-legged on a large rock and discussing with each other. "Brother, my comprehension of the Nirvana sword formation has reached a new level. Aside from that, I've completely grasped 3 of the sword techniques that suddenly appeared in my head when we broke through. I'm still unable to use the remaining techniques due to my lack of strength. My cultivation hasn't increased at all, but my battle prowess is incomparable to a year ago. I even feel like no early receival expert will be my opponent once I use the sword techniques," Ada said excitedly. He was unable to contain his excitement. Ada nodded. In reality, Asi was not the only one who had improved by leaps and bounds in the past year. Even the other 3 of them had benefited greatly. It's a pity that Jianchen is still in seclusion. Who knows how long he'll be in seclusion? Looks like we'll have to delay this indefinitely if we want to find him and resolve some of our doubts. Ada looked at outer space and gently sighed. Ada, a air, a san, a sea, the people from the world of Forsaken Saints have arrived. Please come to Flame City as soon as possible. At this moment, a voice rang out in the 4 brothers' ears. Their eyes narrowed at the same time. After a moment of silence, Asi looked at Ada and said, "Brother, should we go? We were born in this world. This world is our home, so why shouldn't we go?" Ada said confidently before standing up from the rock. He left with the 3 brothers. At the same time, the war gods of the Sea Realm and the Wasteland Continent received the message from the Tian-Yuan continent. At that moment, all the Origin Realm experts in the world began to move at the same time, hurrying to the Tian-Yuan continent. Tai Ta was about to head to the Tian-Yuan continent on the Wasteland continent when he suddenly paused. After hesitating slightly, he changed his direction and headed to the elves. The arrival of the war god shook up the elves. Everyone came to receive him politely. In the end, Tai Ta entered the forbidden grounds of the elves under the personal lead of the Elven Queen. "Wait for me outside the forbidden grounds," Tai Ta said to the Elven Queen with a deep, muffled voice. "Yes, sir," the Elven Queen replied politely. She stood outside the forbidden grounds obediently and waited. Tai Ta wore golden robes within the forbidden grounds, making him seem majestic. He stood before the elven god tree silently as a gleam of light shone in his eyes. He raised his head and carefully studied the tree of life that had existed for a very long time. At this moment, an illusionary figure condensed from green life force appeared before the elven tree. As her figure was just too illusionary, apart from the fact that she was a woman, it was impossible to see her appearance at all. Alidona of the God clan greets the great war god. The illusionary woman knelt on the ground and buried her head deep into the ground. She kowtowed to Tai Ta as she spoke extremely politely. Tai Ta stood there as his majestic golden robes gently fluttered in the wind. He looked at the illusionary woman and asked, "Who are you?" Tai Ta already knew that the elven god tree was extraordinary, but his understanding of it was nowhere near as great as Jianchen and the Spirit King. At the very least, he still did not know Alidona's true identity, nor did he know that Aladona, the mighty divine king, had descended to the lower world all because of him, the war god. Aladona did not hide anything. She explained her identity and origins, which immediately stunned Ta. "You're actually a divine king? And the greatest divine king of the god clan? Are you lying to me?" Ta asked in disbelief. Back then, just the Spirit King, who had barely reached godhood, had already brought so much pressure to the Tian-Yuan continent. As for the Divine King, he was an unreachable existence. In particular, such a powerful Divine King was actually kneeling before him right now. Ta found this to be unreal. "Everything I've said is true. I wouldn't dare to lie to the great war god at all." Aladona's forehead had almost touched the ground. Her respect came from the bottom of her heart. She was not faking it at all. Ta sucked in a deep breath and said, "Why didn't you come out to see me when I came here in the past? Why didn't you even say anything to me? Also, why did you call me here just now?" "It was because the time was not right in the past, so I did not come to see the war god. Please forgive me. I've come to see the war god this time because of the spirit sages," said Aladona. "The spirit sages?" Ta was puzzled. "The spirit sages are from the world of forsaken saints. Although I don't know why the spirit sages have appeared here, they're a remnant of the spirits' world. They're a large race in the saints' world. Although they've declined now, they still possess quite the heritage. I've learned that the war god has come to the Tian-Yuan continent this time to compete for territory with the spirit sages, which is why I've come to see the war god. I beg the war god to rope in the spirit sages. They'll be of great assistance to our god clan in the future," said Aladona. On the Tian-Yuan continent, the city lord's estate of the flame mercenaries had all been cleared away. Only the most elite guards remained outside. Although the defenses of the city lord's estate had been reduced to the lowest level since the beginning of time, the forces gathered inside were the greatest they had ever gathered. Yang Lai, Guihaidao, Feng Xiaotian, Houston, Poseidon, and the other Origin Realm experts had come to the decision of using the City Lord's estate as the venue for negotiations. Not only did they need to ensure their safety during the negotiations, but they also needed to strike fear into the hearts of the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. There were only 3 places in the world that could fulfill this requirement. The first was the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City, the second was 3 Saint Island, and the third was Flame City. The Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City was an extremely powerful treasure. If the negotiations were held there, the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints would definitely not enter. As for 3 Saint Island, Yang Lai and the others were not confident that they could convince Shangguan Mu'er, so they could only hold the negotiations in Flame City. Chapter 1640. Under Xiongzhong's lead, close to 20 Origin Realm elders and protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints had gathered in the City Lord's estate in Flame City. Only a portion of the elders and protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints had entered the city to participate in the negotiations. Other than the protectors and elders in the City Lord's estate, there were over a dozen Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints outside. If something happened during the negotiations that led to a battle, the people outside would provide support. On the Tian-Yuan continent's side, Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, Guihaidao, Houston, Xiao Jin, Xiao Ling, the White Tiger, Ta, Poseidon, and the 4 brothers had all arrived. All the Origin Realm experts from the 4 races aside from Jianshan and Shangguan Mu'er were present. Everyone understood that the world of Forsaken Saints was not only asking for the territory of the Tian-Yuan continent, but also the territory of the 3 other races. As a result, the 100 races, the magical beasts, and the sea race would all participate. Let alone the tremendous population of the world of Forsaken Saints, just giving up a portion of the Tian-Yuan continent's territory was not enough to satisfy them. Moreover, if the Tian-Yuan continent gave up a portion of their territory and the 3 other races did not, the humans of the Tianyuan continent would find it unfair. As a result, the humans of the Tianyuan continent and the 3 other races had already discussed the matter of giving up a portion of their territory to the world of Forsaken Saints. However, they still needed to reach an agreement on the exact amount. They were not giving up the territory this time because of how powerful the world of Forsaken Saints was. Instead, it was because of their great contribution in stopping the crisis of the world. Several tens of thousands of sainthood experts, several receival experts, and a returnance elder had sacrificed themselves, allowing the primordial godsilk in Jianshan's hands to possess sufficient power, allowing it to survive the crisis and save all the lives in the world. The origin realm experts of the 2 worlds sat across each other in the city lord's estate. All of them were stern. As the world of Forsaken Saints had invaded the Tianyuan continent before, they had accumulated some grievances. As a result, they did not exchange any pleasantries when they met, causing the atmosphere in the city lord's estate to become rather heavy. Xiongzhong glanced past the experts of the 4 races before him. When he discovered that Shangguan was not present, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "May I ask if all of your people have arrived? Can we begin the negotiations between our 2 worlds?" Aside from Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling, who studied the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints curiously, everyone else looked at each other sternly. The status of the Origin Realm experts of this world was slightly different from the Origin Realm experts of the world of Forsaken Saints. The world of Forsaken Saints was like a tremendous empire, and the Spirit King was the Emperor, the absolute ruler. The other Origin Realm experts were divided into protectors and elders according to their strength. If the Spirit King was not present, the only other person from the world of Forsaken Saints who had reached reciprocity, Xiongzhong, would be the leader. On the other hand, the Origin Realm experts of the 4 races were all sovereigns on the Tianyuan continent's side. Even though there was a great disparity in strength, they all possessed the same status. None of them had the right to order anyone else around. Now that Xiongzhong had asked a question, the first person to answer would possess a special level of significance. The first person to speak would obviously have some degree of authority in the negotiations between the 2 worlds. Gradually, more and more gazes gathered on Tai Ta. Now that Shangguan was not present, Tai Ta obviously became the most powerful person present with his strength. It would be more appropriate for him to speak at a time like this. Tai Ta also realized what everyone was thinking, so he just closed his eyes and expressed that he wanted to be a listener. He knew his limits. He knew that he only had talent for battle and did not have the ability to negotiate. It's a pity that Shangguan isn't present. Houston, you'll be the temporary representative for the negotiations this time. May I ask if the others have any objections? The sea goddess transmitted her voice to everyone. She directly named Houston, who was dressed in sackcloth and whose hands were still stained with mud. Houston's strength was extraordinary, and he had experience as a leader. The Bloodsword sect had once shaken up the entire Tianyuan continent under his leadership. He was a resourceful person. Naturally, no one had any objections to letting Houston be the negotiator for this realm for the time being. In terms of strategy, there might not necessarily be anyone who could surpass Houston. It was just that ever since Houston went into seclusion 1,000 years ago, he had hidden all of his sharpness and lived an extremely low-key life. If he acted as the negotiator, everyone believed that he would do his utmost to protect the interests of this realm. After all, the amount of land the world of Forsaken Saints needed to be resolved through negotiations. Houston nodded slightly. At that moment, his eyes were no longer gloomy and cloudy. Instead, they had become brighter. A sharp light flashed through his eyes as he said to Xiongzhong, "If it were not for the crisis of the world, we would have fought to the death if your world of Forsaken Saints wanted to invade our land. It would be very difficult to say who would emerge victorious in the end. After all, your Spirit King is no longer invincible. Xiongzhong and the other elders frowned slightly when they heard that. A sliver of displeasure appeared on their faces, but they couldn't find any words to refute Houston's words because he was telling the truth. The reason why we're able to sit at the negotiation table this time is because of the great contributions that the tens of thousands of people from your world of Forsaken Saints have made for the crisis of the world. Their sacrifice is admirable, and it's exactly because of their great contributions that the 4 races of our world have agreed to give up a portion of our land to your world of Forsaken Saints. However, the land won't be very large, so I hope you can be mentally prepared, said Houston. This is a map we've prepared. We've already marked out the regions we want. Take a look. If you have no objections, we can reach an agreement as soon as possible, Xiongzhong said emotionlessly. At the same time, he took out a few blueprints that he had already drawn up. Under his control, the blueprints slowly flew before all the Origin Realm experts of the 4 races. When the Origin Realm experts opened the maps, all of them frowned aside from Tai Ta, Shao Jin, Shao Ling, and the 4 brothers. This was because the regions marked out on Xiongzhong's map actually took up half of the territory of each race. Coincidentally, we've prepared a map as well. It's also marked out the other regions we'll be giving to your world of Forsaken Saint. Please take a look, said Houston before passing a map to Xiongzhong. They had prepared several maps like this. Every single one of them had been created after the Origin Realm experts of the 4 races had discussed it. The regions marked out on each map were different as well. P.S. Chapter 1641. Xiongzhong took the map and slowly spread it out. This map was made from the fur of a high-grade magic beast. It clearly depicted all the mountains and rivers of this world, including all the regions of the 4 major races. And on this map, there were a few regions that were marked with red circles. Each region marked by a red circle occupied a small territory of the 4 major races. When Xiongzhong saw the regions outlined by the red circles, his eyebrows immediately furrowed, and his expression became somewhat ugly. Soon after, he passed the map in his hand to the Protector Elders beside him. Without exception, all the Protector Elders frowned when they saw the map, and their faces were filled with displeasure. The contribution of our world of Forsaken Saints is so great that it's only below Sovereign Jianchen of your world. It's even enough to rival Sovereign Jianchen, because if it weren't for the sacrifice of the tens of thousands of people from our world, even with Jianchen's existence, it would have been useless in the end. Are you on the path to destruction? We've protected your world and saved countless lives in your world, yet you're only willing to give up a tiny bit of land after we've contributed so much. Aren't you going a little too far? Xiongzhong growled. He understood that the Tianyuan continent no longer feared the world of Forsaken Saint. Under such circumstances, the only way to obtain a piece of land in this world was through negotiations other than through war. This was the only time they would be able to negotiate, so it would be very difficult for them to change their decision in the future. As a result, whether it was Xiongzhong or all the protectors and elders stationed in this world, they had already made up their minds. They would try their best to obtain as many benefits as possible while maintaining peace. This was because it would directly affect the future of the world of Forsaken Saint. It was extremely important. Houston gently coughed when he heard Xiongzhong's words. He said, "Your world of Forsaken Saints has played a great role in stopping the crisis of the world, but there's one thing you're wrong about. Our world is not the only one affected by the crisis. Your world of Forsaken Saints is affected as well. Our world is at the very front of the battle. Once our world fails to stop the crisis, your world of Forsaken Saints will be doomed as well. In the face of the great calamity of the world, our 2 worlds are grasshoppers on the same rope. We are bound together for good or ill, so I hope you don't think of yourselves as heroes who have saved our world, because we are all saving ourselves," Houston said indifferently. The expressions of all the protectors and elders from the world of forsaken saints became rather ugly when they heard that. Houston's words seemed to have stripped them of all the contributions they had made in stopping the crisis of the world. Before the people from the world of forsaken saints could reply, Houston continued, "In reality, no matter what contributions your world of forsaken saints has made, there's no need for us to give you any land at all because Jianshan played a leading role in stopping the crisis. If it were not for Jianshan's treasure, no matter how special your bloodline is, you would not have been able to avoid the fate of being devoured by the crisis. The reason why we agreed to give you some land after the war was to complete their final wishes and allow them to rest in peace." On the negotiation table, both sides were arguing fiercely about the issue of territory. Both sides could say a lot of things, and neither side was willing to give way to the other. Fortunately, the origin realm experts of both worlds were fearful of each other. As a result, both sides intentionally controlled their emotions to avoid a situation where they began to fight even though the argument was very intense. The Tian-Yuan continent feared the number of origin realm experts from the world of forsaken saints and Xiongzhong, who had reached reciprocity. The protectors and elders from the world of forsaken saints feared Shangguan-Mu'er on Three Saint Island. Although Shangguan-Mu'er was not present and Three Saint Island was tens of millions of kilometers away from Flame City, they could cross that distance with a single step with their strength. Very soon, the first day of negotiations came to an end. Neither side made any progress after that day of negotiations. The people from the Tian-Yuan continent were determined to give up as little land as possible, while the protectors from the world of forsaken saints wanted a piece of land that they were satisfied with no matter what. Naturally, the two sides were unable to reach an agreement. The Arctic tundra was not within the territory of the Tian-Yuan continent, and it was also far away from Three Saint Island. A golden divine hall stood silently on the tundra. Within the divine hall, all the protectors and elders from the world of forsaken saints had gathered there. This world has gone too far. Our world of forsaken saints has contributed so much against the crisis of the world, yet they're saying that we're worthless. They're only willing to give us a tiny bit of land. Our population is so great, so the tiny bit of land they're offering is nowhere near enough, a protector furiously said. The people in the hall fell silent. Their complexions were very ugly. They had understood the attitude of the Tian-Yuan continent after the first day of negotiations. Clearly, it would not be easy for them to obtain more land in this world. It's a pity that the Spirit King isn't here, so we have to be cautious during the negotiations. We don't dare to offend the people of this world. Even if we ignore the fact that Shangguan-Mu'er is watching over us, there's the even more terrifying Jianshan right above us. He's no weaker than the Spirit King. If Jianshan suddenly emerges, an elder said with a heavy voice. His face paled slightly as he reached the end of his sentence. Xiongzhong gently sighed. That's true. Although Jianshan is in seclusion, no one knows when he'll emerge. If he suddenly emerges and wants to deal with us, none of us will be able to make it back to the world of forsaken saints alive. I think we should delay the negotiations until the Spirit King arrives. The origin realm experts of the four races remained in Flame City on the Tian-Yuan continent. After the first day of negotiations, they gathered together once again. Only Xiao Jin, Xiao Ling, and the four brothers, who did not care about the matter of land, were not present. The six of them had left after the negotiations had concluded. The world of forsaken saints sure is greedy. The land they want is just far too large. How can we give up such a large piece of land so easily? After all, they're not people of our world, Gui Hai Yidao said with a heavy voice. The negotiations regarding land can't be concluded in a day or two. In my opinion, let's delay the negotiations until Jianshan emerges. We'll ask him for his opinion. After all, if it weren't for the fact that Jianshan possessed the strength to fend off the Spirit King, we wouldn't have the right to negotiate with the world of forsaken saints, Poseidon said. All right, Let's delay the negotiations until my great-grandson emerges from seclusion. After all, my great-grandson has the greatest right to speak, Yang Lai chuckled. Yang Lai said with a smile. When he talked about his great-grandson, there was an unconcealable pride between his brows. Yang Lai, you seem to be afraid that we don't know that Jianchen is your descendant. Don't be so complacent, Gui Hai Yidao sneered. Gui Hai Yidao jokingly scolded from the side. He was really jealous that Yang Lai had such a heaven-defying descendant. A huge, blood-red cloud hovered in outer space. Jianchen sat within the cloud as the essence of the cloud condensed in the surroundings, turning into a red mist that was even darker in color. It permeated Jianchen's surroundings and was absorbed through Jianchen's pores through his breathing. After the red mist entered Jianchen's body, it was rapidly converted into chaotic force. The rate at which it was refined was clearly much faster than before. At this moment, the chaotic Niden in Jianchen's dantian was no longer the same as when he had just broken through to the 8th layer. His chaotic Niden slowly grew as he constantly refined the energy in the cloud. Even though the growth was very slow, every tiny bit of growth meant that he was one step closer to the 9th layer of chaotic force. I might be able to break through to the 9th layer of the chaotic body here. When I break through to the 8th layer, my cultivation will be equivalent to reaching early reciprocity from receival, skipping returnants. However, if I reach the 9th layer here, just what level of cultivation will my chaotic body reach? Will I reach peak reciprocity? Or will I directly break through to godhood? Jianchen thought. At the same time, he was filled with eagerness. The 8th layer of the chaotic body gave him battle prowess at godhood, but that was only battle prowess. His original cultivation was only at early reciprocity, so just what level would his battle prowess reach if he also reached godhood? Chapter 1642. The negotiations regarding territory between the Tian-Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints would be held once every 10 days or half a month. However, since the two sides were never able to reach an agreement, the negotiations would always end on bad terms. Flame City's reputation skyrocketed once again as the place where the future of the two worlds would be negotiated. It rapidly rose, reaching a new level of fame. Not only did everyone on the Tian-Yuan continent know about it, but even across the vast territory of the world of Forsaken Saints, there were very few people who did not know about Flame City. The Origin Realm experts of the Tian-Yuan continent had chosen Flame City as the location of the negotiations because they feared the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. They planned on using Flame City to intimidate the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints so that they would not dare to take action during the negotiations. If they destroyed Flame City, they would directly offend Jianchen. At the same time, the actions of the Origin Realm experts of the Tian-Yuan continent had indirectly increased the status of Flame City. Although the current Flame City could not compare to the 7 great capital cities in terms of scale, there was no organization in this world that could match up to it in terms of prestige. The current Flame City was as great as the Sacred Spirit Hall of the world of Forsaken Saint. It possessed an irreplaceable status in this world. The Heavenly Enchantress was a beauty on Three Saint Island. Her beauty was even greater than that of a goddess. She sat on a large, azure rock on the mountain peak with an otherworldly presence. The simple zither of the demonic cry was placed before her. As her slender fingers slowly plucked the strings, she played a heavenly melody. The music seemed to have fused with nature, possessing an ethereal quality. It could not help but calm down as soon as it reached the ears. The sound of the zither reverberated through the air above Three Saint Island, causing the fishermen who lived on the island to become mesmerized. There were even large, fat fish that had floated to the surface of the sea in the distance. They seemed to have become mesmerized by the sound of the zither. Beside the Heavenly Enchantress sat a handsome young man. However, the young man was not affected by the zither at all. He stared at the deep blue sea in front of him, at the distant Tian Yuan continent, and at the clear sky above him from time to time. The young man could vaguely make out a small patch of red clouds at the end of the blue sky. However, the red was not something that could be seen with the eyes of ordinary people. After a long while, the music ended. Shangguan Mu stowed the zither away and glanced at outer space with her enchanting eyes. She murmured, "The evil power has weakened slightly. Your father should be absorbing the power in seclusion, but at this rate, it'll take quite some time for him to absorb all of it." The handsome young man looked at Shangguan Mu when he heard that. He said with some worry, "Mother, the power is so evil and so powerful. Will father be in danger if he absorbs it?" Shangguan Mu sank into her thoughts. She said, "Your father's cultivation method is as special as yours. It can't be measured by common sense. Moreover, he knows when to stop. Since he's bold enough to absorb it, he must have absolute confidence." "Then I don't have to worry." The young man immediately let out a sigh of relief. He was Shangguan Aojian. After a moment of thought, Shangguan Aojian continued, "Mother, the Tian Yuan continent is currently negotiating with the world of Forsaken Saints. The difference between the origin realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints is still very large, so they might be at a disadvantage during the negotiations. They need you right now, so why don't you go to the Tian Yuan continent?" Shangguan Aojian also hoped that his mother could go to the Tian Yuan continent very much because he had grown attached to the continent during his travels there. He obviously did not wish for the Tian Yuan continent to suffer too much during the negotiations with the world of Forsaken Saint. Moreover, the Tian Yuan continent was his father's homeland. Shangguan Mu looked at Shangguan Aojian, and a sliver of gentleness appeared in her eyes. She said, "Xiao Bao, I know you're worried about the Tian Yuan continent, but your worries are unnecessary. Let alone the fact that the Tian Yuan continent isn't at a disadvantage, the negotiations between the two sides won't end in a short amount of time. However, no matter what kind of agreement they reach during the negotiations, the final decision will still be made by the Spirit King and your father. If your father doesn't agree, no matter how great of an advantage the world of Forsaken Saints gains during the negotiations, it won't count in the end. Do you understand?" "Mother, I understand. With our current strength, we don't need to fear the world of Forsaken Saints at all." Time flew like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since the first negotiation between the two worlds. Both sides still failed to reach an agreement after 10 years of negotiations. They both understood that it would be very difficult for them to reach an agreement that would satisfy both sides. In the end, they could only wait for the strongest person of the two worlds to make the decision. As a result, the two worlds only went through the motions in the following negotiations, stalling for time and waiting for the Spirit King and Jianchen to emerge from seclusion. In the past 10 years, the matter of the Tian Yuan continent, the Wasteland continent, the 100 races, and the sea race dividing up a portion of their land spread like wildfire. It caused quite a stir. Some people did not care about this matter, but there were also some people who wanted to defend their land and defend their homeland with their lives. Ever since the Tian Yuan continent had been shattered in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, it had been split into 4 regions, which were the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions. The regions were separated by an extremely wide river. The river formed a cross that ran through the entire continent and connected to the sea. The place where the 4 rivers intersected was the ruins of Mercenary City. It was now filled with a large amount of water, but there was an extremely special region there. A mysterious power protected the region, preventing the surrounding seawater from entering. This special region was the tunnel that connected the Tian Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saint. At this moment, the tunnel was completely calm. After so many years, the tunnel had stabilized long ago. Although there would be powerful ripples of spatial energy in the tunnel from time to time, they would not be like when it had just formed, where large amounts of violent energy would surge out and fly into outer space. At this moment, the stable spatial tunnel suddenly began to ripple. The ripples rapidly expanded, and in the end it actually caused a huge reaction from the entire tunnel. The entire tunnel began to shake violently, and extremely unstable streams of violent energy wreaked havoc within. Very soon, a figure gradually appeared in the extremely unstable flow of energy in the tunnel. The figure was very blurry at first, but as he approached, his figure gradually became clearer. He was a middle-aged man with a head of flowing black hair. He carried a dark, metal sword on his back. His appearance was nothing special, and he seemed extremely ordinary. His clothes were very simple as well, giving off a sense of simplicity. The middle-aged man was indifferent. Even though he seemed extremely simple, he gave off a dignified presence. He walked through the tunnel step by step, and as he advanced, the entire tunnel trembled. Violent streams of energy were constantly produced, wreaking havoc in the tunnel. However, when the streams of energy that were enough to heavily injure the Holy Emperor approached the middle-aged man, they were silently reduced to nothingness. In the end, no streams of energy remained within 10 meters of the middle-aged man. The changes in the tunnel were not purposefully caused by the middle-aged man. He was just too powerful. As he walked through the tunnel, he seemed to have reached the limit of what the tunnel could endure, which was why the tunnel had changed. Even though he had concealed his origin energy and presence, he was unable to avoid this situation. The middle-aged man did not move quickly, but he crossed a great distance with each step. In just a short while, he emerged from the tunnel and appeared in the sky above the Tianyuan continent. Suddenly, the Tianyuan continent began to churn. The thick layer of clouds in the sky was silently reduced to nothingness, as if it had been forcefully crushed by a terrifying pressure, disappearing from the world. At the same time, a terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings, enveloping the entire world in a single moment. It shocked everyone and made all the beasts in the surroundings prostrate themselves before it. The expressions of all the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints within the Golden Divine Hall changed. Soon afterward, joy filled their faces. It's the Spirit King. It's the Spirit King's presence. The Spirit King has emerged. Quick, let's go support the Spirit King. The Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all cried out in joy. They charged out of the Divine Hall as quickly as they could and hurried toward the tunnel. In the past few years, all of them had felt extremely frustrated. They had to negotiate with the Origin Realm experts of the Tianyuan continent. They clearly did not treat the Origin Realm experts with any importance and could easily wipe them out, yet they did not dare to raise their voices. As a result, the negotiations had gone on for 10 whole years without any result. This was because the Tianyuan continent had Shangguanmur Jianxian, who had emerged from seclusion at some point, and the Spirit King was not present. As a result, their negotiations with the Tianyuan continent were restricted. Now that the Spirit King had emerged, the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all gained confidence. They were obviously overjoyed now that they had someone to rely on. At the same time, the Origin Realm experts of the 4 races opened their eyes at the same time in Flame City. They all stared in the direction of the tunnel as they became extremely stern. Shangguanmu's eyes narrowed as well. She stared in the direction of the Tianyuan continent as a sliver of sternness appeared on her face. Chapter 1643. Welcome, Spirit King. With Xiongzhong in the lead, all the Origin Realm elders and protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints hurried over as soon as possible. All of them bowed politely to the Spirit King. They could not be described as slow. In less than 2 seconds, all of them had crossed over 10 million kilometers from the moment the Spirit King stepped out of the tunnel. The Spirit King remained indifferent. He glanced past them before raising his head to look at the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, landing on the blood-red cloud that hovered in outer space like a sharp sword. He frowned slightly. Jianchen still hasn't emerged from seclusion, the Spirit King murmured. His voice was rather heavy. He then looked at Xiongzhong and asked emotionlessly, Xiongzhong, how have the negotiations gone in the past 10 years? Xiongzhong bitterly replied, Spirit King, the people of this world have always insisted on giving us a small piece of land, which is nowhere close to what we're satisfied with. Coupled with the fact that we have Jianchen and Shangguanmu on Three Saint Island, while our world of Forsaken Saints doesn't have the support of the Spirit King, we've been holding back during the negotiations. We haven't dared to fall out with the people of this world, so we haven't made any actual progress in the past 10 years. If that's the case, let me talk to the people of this world, the Spirit King said emotionlessly. His voice was rather cold. At this moment, the space nearby gently pulsed. Soon after, all the Origin Realm experts of the 4 races appeared. They were all very stern as they faced the Spirit King. After appearing, they all clasped their hands at him. They had no choice but to come. At the very least, there was no one here. It was better than the Spirit King personally coming to Flame City. You've come at just the right time. Let's end the negotiations that have lasted for 10 years today. Xiongzhong, hand over the map of your territory to them, said the Spirit King. Yes, Spirit King, Xiongzhong replied politely. He casually tossed a map to the Origin Realm experts of this world. Big baddie. Xiaoling murmured to herself as she glared at the Spirit King viciously. Even though the Spirit King had once fought alongside the people of this world during the crisis of the world, Xiaoling could never forget the huge demonic figure the Spirit King had created when he attacked the barrier beneath Mercenary City. She had been quite frightened back then. The piece of paper that Xiongzhong had tossed out hovered beside the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent. The Origin Realm experts all revealed troubled expressions. None of them extended their hands to catch the piece of paper. Spirit King, there's no need to rush this matter. We'll discuss it after Jianchen returns. What do you think? At this moment, a beautiful voice rang out. Shangguanmu had also hurried over from Three Saint Island. She stood in the air with the simple zither of the demonic cry in her arms. She was stern. If Jianchen were present, I would obviously discuss it with him. Since he's still in seclusion, you people are enough to decide on the matter of land in this world. It's the same if I discuss it with you, said the Spirit King. The Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent's world all revealed rather ugly expressions. Negotiating with the Spirit King? They did not possess the strength to do so, let alone protect their own interests. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of survival in this world. If the Spirit King wanted to start a war with them, if he was a vicious person, it was possible for the Spirit King to personally kill them if they angered him during the negotiations. After all, the only person who could contend against the Spirit King, Jianchen, was not present. If the Spirit King really did move against them, only death would await them. Even Shangguanmu would not be able to escape. Just as the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent had no idea what to do, a voice suddenly rang out from outer space. Shenjian, why don't we discuss the matter of land after I emerge from seclusion? Your world of Forsaken Saints has been here for countless years already, so there's no need to rush. Jianchen. It's Jianchen. That's Jianchen's voice. Jianchen has finally spoken. So he's concerned about the Tian Yuan continent as well. The Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent all rejoiced when they heard Jianchen's voice. They all let out a sigh of relief inside. Unknowingly, Jianchen seemed to have become their pillar of support. In particular, Jianchen had become their pillar of support when they faced the Spirit King. The Spirit King gazed at outer space as his eyes shone brightly. He said emotionlessly, Jianchen, if you enter seclusion for 1,000 years, am I supposed to wait for you here for 1,000 years? Also, are you going into seclusion to obtain even more benefits in the upcoming negotiations? 1,000 years? It won't be that long. I'll emerge in 10 years at most. Shunjian, I understand you, and you understand me as well. Whether my strength increases or not, it won't affect the final outcome of the negotiations. It's all thanks to the people of your world of Forsaken Saints that we were able to avert the crisis of the world this time. I admire their valiant sacrifice, so I will definitely help them complete their final wishes so that they can rest in peace. This is my promise to you, Jianshin, as well as my promise to all the Forsaken Saints who have sacrificed themselves. The light in the Spirit King's eyes flickered. He said, "All right. Seeing that we're acquainted, I'll wait another 10 years for you. I'll come again in 10 years. With that, the Spirit King returned to the world of Forsaken Saints with Xiongzhong and the others. Aside from him and Jianshin, no one else understood what he was implying. Only he and Jianshin understood what he was implying. The Origin Realm experts of the world of Forsaken Saints all exhaled deeply when they saw the Spirit King lead all the Origin Realm experts back to the world of Forsaken Saints. They were completely at ease now. They felt like they had almost suffocated from the Spirit King's suppression earlier. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed since Jianshin and the Spirit King had agreed on a 10-year agreement. A total of 18 years had passed since Jianshin had entered seclusion in the blood-red cloud. 18 years was quite a long period of time to ordinary people. It was enough for a child to grow up, but to sainthood and Origin Realm experts with long lifespans, 18 years was just a short period of seclusion. The blood-red cloud hovering in outer space did not disappear, but its volume had shrunk rapidly. It was not even a tenth of its original size. In particular, the ripples of energy within the blood-red cloud had become extremely weak. Jianshin sat in the blood-red cloud as he cultivated. After absorbing the terrifying energy from the blood-red cloud, his Niden had grown to a limit. This was the limit of the 8th layer of the chaotic body. Chapter 1644. Afterwards, Jian Chern experienced the pain of shattering his core to refine his body again. It was the same experience, the same pain. This was the 9th time he had experienced it. He had already accumulated a wealth of experience from shattering his core to refine his body the previous 8 times, so the 9th time was a walk in the park for Jian Chern. It was as easy as lifting a finger. As Jianshin's chaotic force gradually strengthened, a vast and terrifying presence radiated from him. It caused the entire cloud to churn violently. The presence even expanded beyond the cloud, filling the surrounding space. It caused the space there to distort violently as the stars flickered. Cracks had even appeared in the space several dozen meters around Jianshin. The cracks were formed from the crushing of space by Jianshin's presence. At this moment, Jianshin's presence was so vast and powerful that it had completely surpassed early reciprocity or even mid-reciprocity. Even late reciprocity experts would struggle to match it. It had surpassed the limits of what this world could endure long ago. At the same time, his presence continued to climb. Jianshin's disturbance in outer space naturally did not escape the attention of the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent. At that moment, all of them raised their heads at the same time. They looked at the floating cloud in outer space. What a terrifying presence! Has Jianshin broken through again after 18 years of seclusion? Tai Ta sighed in amazement as he cultivated in the War God Hall. With a flash, he vanished from the War God Hall. Guihai Yidao, Yang Lai, and Feng Xiaotian gathered together on the Tian Yuan continent. Guihai Yidao stared at outer space with mixed feelings and said, Jianshin was already extremely powerful. He no longer feared the Spirit King who was at godhood. Now that he's broken through again, I really wonder just how shocking his strength will be after breaking through. What a terrifying talent! Feng Xiaotian muttered to himself as a look of shock appeared on his face. He's actually broken through again. My great-grandson sure is impressive. However, his strength has increased so quickly in the past few years that I hope it won't leave behind any side effects and cause his foundation to become unstable. Yang Lai laughed aloud. His face was filled with pride, but there was also a sliver of worry. Jian Chen's strength had increased just too quickly. Even Yang Lai, who had lived for so long and experienced so many storms, found it rather difficult to bear with such a rate of growth. Fantastic, Big Brother has become stronger again. You don't have to worry about that bad guy anymore. That bad guy is no longer Big Brother's opponent. Xiao Ling clapped her hands excitedly. Xiao Ling clapped her hands as she bounced up and down. She was extremely excited. Xiao Jin and the little white tiger, who were also in Flame City, smiled happily as well. All the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent gathered 100 kilometers away from the blood-red cloud in outer space. It was almost 10 years away from the negotiation with the Spirit King. If Jianshan's strength could break through now, it would be extremely meaningful for the negotiation. All the Origin Realm experts hovered in the distance. They did not approach the blood-red cloud. They quietly waited for Jianshan to emerge from seclusion. They knew that Jianshan would emerge soon. Several days later, Jianshan's presence slowly receded within the blood-red cloud. He gradually calmed down, and the fist-sized chaotic Niden in his dantian shrank to the size of a bean once again. It had shrunk, but the chaotic force within it was clearly much more powerful than the 8th layer. Jianshan smiled. Originally, he thought that reaching the 8th layer of the chaotic body was his limit in this world, but he had never thought that the evil spirit would actually leave him with a fortuitous encounter after dealing with the crisis of the world, allowing his chaotic body to reach the 9th layer. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. However, at this moment, Jianshan's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, a presence filled with brutality suddenly radiated from his body. There was also a sense of destruction and evilness within it. His eyes became red at that moment, and even his hair rapidly turned from black to blood-red. As a result, Jianshan seemed to be filled with evilness, like a demon. At this moment, Jianshan felt like his consciousness had become blurry. All that remained in his heart was endless slaughter and destruction. It was as if he had become an existence that only knew slaughter and destruction. He did not fear the heavens or the earth. He would kill gods and destroy Buddhas if gods stood in his way. He had no feelings or pity at all. Kacha. With an almost undetectable sound, a tiny crack suddenly appeared on the bean-sized chaotic Niden in Jianshan's dantian. The cracking of the Niden was accompanied by intense pain. The pain made Jianshan shudder, and he suddenly roused. The redness in his eyes gradually receded, and his hair, which had almost turned blood-red, returned to its original black color. Even though Jianshan's change had only lasted for a few seconds, the Origin Realm experts who were still waiting outside sensed the sudden change in his presence. What is this presence? Why is it so terrifying? Could it be that the origin of the calamity hasn't been destroyed yet? The sea goddess said in a deep voice. Everyone gathered there became extremely solemn. Did something happen to Jianshan during his cultivation? Feng Xiaotian asked with a heavy voice. Everyone's faces became very ugly when they heard that. Even though they were doubtful, none of them dared to enter the blood-red cloud to check. They were not as powerful as Jianshan and the Spirit King. Even though the cloud had weakened, it still posed a certain level of threat to them. Most importantly, Jianshan was still in seclusion. They were afraid that they would disturb Jianshan if they barged in. Jianshan was stern in the blood-red cloud. He had sensed his change earlier as well. Coupled with the crack in his chaotic Niden, it was clear that something had happened to him when he reached the 9th layer of the chaotic body. Jianshan stared at the blood-red cloud and said with a heavy voice, "It looks like the energy from the crisis of the world can't be absorbed so easily. After all, the crisis of the world is a special existence that even the laws of the world can't do anything about. Even if I cultivate the chaotic body, it'll still cause me some trouble because the crisis of the world is even more powerful than I am right now. If my strength was far greater than the crisis of the world, I believe I wouldn't have any problems absorbing the energy and would be able to refine it easily. However, I need to understand just what kind of problems I've left behind so that I can think of a way to deal with them. Jianchen immediately checked his body. Although the chaotic Niden in his dantian had cracked, he did not pay too much attention to it. His chaotic Niden was not perfect and had affected his strength, so he could only use 80% of it. However, even then, it was still much more powerful than when he was at the 8th layer of the chaotic body. What he truly cared about was the change in his consciousness earlier. This was what scared Jianchen. Chapter 1645. Jianchen carefully checked his body several times, not missing a single corner. In the end, he finally discovered something different in his soul, because there was now a speck of blood-red light that should not have existed in his soul. The blood-red light was very dim, and it had already silently merged with his soul. If one did not pay attention, it would be very difficult to discover its existence. The speck of red light did not pose any threat to Jianchen. It had silently fused with his soul, so Jianchen failed to sense it at all. It did not cause any discomfort to Jianchen at all. So this is the main culprit. A cold light flickered through Jianchen's eyes as his face became extremely sunken. He carefully thought back to every single detail during his 18 years of seclusion and understood very soon that he had not completely refined the evil presence within the energy of the blood-red clouds. Although the energy had all been converted into the chaotic body in the end, the evil presence that had not been completely refined had silently seeped into his soul. Although this speck of red light filled with negative emotions can affect my mind at certain moments, it's not enough to make my chaotic Niden crack. It looks like my chaotic Niden has some flaws and is not complete. At the end of the day, it's still because I'm too weak. If I had refined the power of the blood-red energy at the 9th layer or even the 10th layer of the chaotic body, this might not have happened, Jianchen thought. A vicious light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. With a thought, the 2 pieces of primordial godsilk appeared on his wrist. I need to deal with the problems in my soul immediately, or the consequences will be unthinkable if my mind is affected at some point in time. The red light in my soul comes from the energy of the crisis of the world, so the power of the primordial godsilk is the best counter for destroying it, Jianchen thought. With a thought, the 2 pieces of primordial godsilk turned into a golden streak of light and disappeared into Jianchen's forehead. It had entered his sea of consciousness. Jianchen had not refined the primordial godsilk in the past, so he could only keep it in his space ring for a very long time. However, he had refined it now that the primordial godsilk was fending off the crisis of the world. As a result, not only could the primordial godsilk hide in his body, but he could even make it enter his sea of consciousness without any difficulty. Although there was not much power left in the primordial godsilk, there was still a sliver left. This time, Jianchen used the last sliver of power without any hesitation in an attempt to destroy the speck of red light in his soul. Fortunately, the primordial godsilk was under Jianchen's complete control now. Coupled with the fact that the power of the primordial godsilk was basically harmless aside from countering the crisis of the world, Jianchen did not have to worry about the power of the primordial godsilk harming his soul. However, Jianchen's heart sank very soon. He discovered that not only was the power of the primordial godsilk unable to destroy the speck of red light in his soul, but it also posed no threat to the speck of red light at all. Oh no, this speck of red light comes from the power of the calamity of the world, but the power of the calamity of the world has changed as I refined it. This change has allowed it to break free from the restraints of the primordial godsilk. Now, the power of the primordial godsilk is no longer a threat to it, Jianchen muttered to himself. Jianchen's face became extremely sunken. His joy from breaking through to the 9th layer completely vanished. He really did not dare to imagine what would happen if his mind was affected one day and he went on a killing spree on the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen could not help but shiver. He became covered in cold sweat from fright. This time, he felt a chill run down his spine. His entire soul trembled in fear. At the same time, Shangguan Mu'er Shangguan Aojian, Yu Yu, Huang Luan, Changyang Ba, Bai Yuntian, Chang Wuji, Dugu Feng, Qin Shao, and so on and so forth flashed through his head, causing him to become even paler. Not only were his wives and children on the Tian Yuan continent, but there were also his parents as well as many friends who had gone through thick and thin with him. Jianshan did not leave the blood-red cloud. In the blink of an eye, he had remained in there for 3 days. During those 3 days, he had thought of many things and tried many things, but he was unable to do anything to the speck of red light in his soul. This was because the speck of red light had already fused with his soul, as if it had become a part of him. It was impossible to get rid of it. Without any other ideas, Jianshan could only awaken the sword spirits that had slumbered in the azulate swords for 18 years. Master, if we had recovered our energy, we would have been able to get rid of the problem in your soul without any difficulty. But right now there's nothing we can do, Ziying said helplessly. Master, there's actually no need for you to worry so much. As long as you don't suffer too much and keep your mind clear, there's no need to worry too much about your mind being affected. And before you deal with the problem in your soul, Ziying and I can take turns protecting you. Once you show signs of being affected, we'll be able to wake you up in time, Jianshan said. Now that Jianshan's strength had increased, Ziying and Qing Suo, who had not recovered their energy, could barely provide any help to Jianshan. As a result, Ziying and Qing Suo fell silent after dealing with the crisis of the world. They entered seclusion to recover their strength as quickly as possible. Jianshan sighed gently. That's all we can do right now. Looks like I can only find a way to deal with the problem in my soul after I go to the saint's world. At the same time, I need to go to a higher world if I want to continue increasing my chaotic body. As for my chaotic Niden, it's the source of my power. It's not as fragile as my soul, so it won't be difficult to repair it. It'll just require a large amount of energy. Even if there are some things hidden in my chaotic Niden that I haven't completely refined, they'll all be slowly eliminated as my chaotic body progresses. The only thing that'll be affected is that I won't be able to use my full strength. Jianshan emerged from the blood-red cloud where he had stayed for 18 whole years. When he appeared in outer space filled with resplendent starlight, he had completely recovered his composure. He acted like nothing had happened. Big brother, you've finally emerged. As soon as Jianshan appeared before all the Origin Realm experts of this world, Xiaoling cried out in excitement and threw herself into Jianshan's arms. Jianshan gently held Xiaoling's shoulder with a smile. A sliver of undisguised love appeared in his eyes. Although Xiaoling had lived for over 1,000,000 years, Jianshan still treated Xiaoling as his own sister. When he was still weak, Xiaoling had helped him through his difficulties more than once, saving his life. Now that his strength had reached the apex of this world, he would be the one to protect Xiaoling in the future. Jianshan, have you broken through again? And 3 days ago we suddenly felt an extremely powerful and violent aura. What happened? The sea goddess asked in concern. Her face immediately became rather stern towards the end of her sentence. Shangguan Mu'er Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, Feng Xiaotian, the 4 brothers, Tai Ta, and all the other Origin Realm experts stared at Jianshan with interest. Jianshan was the pillar of support for this world. He was the only sovereign who could fend off the Spirit King. Whether his strength had increased once again would naturally affect everyone present because the more powerful Jianshan became, the more likely they would be able to stand against him. If that happened, their world would be even more confident against the world of Forsaken Saint. On the other hand, if Jianshan's strength decreased due to some accident and he was no longer as strong as the Spirit King, their world would be at an extremely great disadvantage in the upcoming negotiations. It was even extremely likely that their world would be defeated when the war between the 2 worlds broke out again. Thank you for everyone's concern. After 18 years of seclusion, my strength has indeed increased. If I fight the Spirit King now, he won't be my opponent unless the Spirit King has formally reached godhood, Jianchen said calmly. Although he could only use 80% of his strength due to the crack in his chaotic Niden, he was still much more powerful than when he was at the 8th layer of the chaotic body. More importantly, breaking through to the 9th layer had not only strengthened his chaotic force, but his chaotic body as well. According to Jianchen's estimations, the 9th layer of the chaotic body had surpassed late reciprocity and reached godhood. The chaotic body at godhood was unbelievably powerful. No one below godhood could get through the defenses of his chaotic body. Even if he stood there without dodging, those below godhood would not be able to harm him at all. Although the Spirit King's battle prowess had reached godhood and could injure him, it was only a few superficial wounds. Everyone calmed down when they heard Jianchen's words. They all smiled at ease. Jianchen looked at Shangguan Mu. With a single step, he arrived before her. Looking at her beautiful face, Jianchen asked in guilt, "Has Aojian been well in the past few years?" Shangguan Mu met Jianchen's eyes. Ripples appeared in her eyes as she said calmly, "Aojian is very well. He just misses you a little. You can go see him when you're free." With that, Shangguan Mu turned around and left, returning to Three Saint Island. Poseidon, Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Guihai Yidao glanced past Jianchen and Shangguan Mu deeply. They seemed to smile slightly. Although Shangguan Aojian's true identity had not been exposed, the four of them had already discovered the truth through some clues. Poseidon was the first person to learn the truth. Chapter 1646. The Changyang Prefecture of Lore City had already become the most renowned clan in this world. It was not just on the Tian Yuan continent but even on the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, and the Wasteland continent. There were even many people in the world of Forsaken Saints who had heard of the Lore City Changyang Prefecture. This was because the status of the Changyang Prefecture in this world was equivalent to the Sacred Spirit Hall in the world of Forsaken Saint. It represented the greatest power in the world because it was the home of the greatest human expert, Sovereign Jianchen. Even if the territory of the Changyang Prefecture was not large right now, and even if the strength of the Changyang Prefecture itself was not particularly great, as long as Jianchen was present, the Changyang Prefecture was the most revered clan in the world. There were even countless cultivators on the Tian Yuan continent who took pride in being able to become an ordinary maid or guard in the Changyang Prefecture. This was because even an ordinary maid in the Changyang Prefecture possessed an extremely great status in the outside world. Very few people dared to provoke them. With the current reputation and strength of the Changyang Prefecture and the support of Jianchen, expansion was a piece of cake. They would not encounter any obstructions at all. However, due to Jianchen's instructions in the past, the Changyang Prefecture never expanded its territory despite its extraordinary strength and reputation. It remained in Lore City, occupying an extremely small piece of land in the eyes of many large clans and organizations. There was a landmark building in the Changyang Prefecture. It was shaped like a palace and was resplendent. It gave off an extremely majestic presence. Although it could not be compared to the imperial palaces of a few kingdoms in terms of size, no palace could compare to it in terms of majestic presence. At the very top of the palace was a huge gem the size of a human head. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, shining with a gentle and dazzling light. Whether it was day or night, the light enveloped the entire Changyang Prefecture. This palace was the divine temple in the hearts of everyone in the Changyang Prefecture. At the same time, it was also the most sacred place in the Changyang Prefecture. This was because this divine temple belonged to Jianchen. Without seeking Jianchen's opinion, this divine temple was built under the leadership of Yang Lai, by Yuntian and Changyang Ba. In their opinion, only such a divine temple was worthy of Jianchen's current status. Around the divine temple, there were a large number of guards in golden armor guarding this place with eager expressions. Every one of them had an unconcealable pride on their faces. It was as if they were proud to be able to guard this divine temple. However, the door of this divine temple was closed all year round. It would only be opened on a set day when there was a routine cleaning. Normally, no one could enter. Even the current Changyang-ku of Changyang Prefecture did not have the right to enter this divine temple at will. At this moment, in this tightly closed divine temple, there was a young man standing there silently. His eyes were filled with emotion as he looked around. On his back, there were two divine swords, one purple and one green. To no surprise, the young man was the master of the divine hall, Jianchen. I haven't been back for so many years. I never thought that even my home would become so unfamiliar. It's already very difficult to see the familiar shadow of the past. Jianchen stood in the divine temple and sighed. This unfamiliar environment involuntarily made a look of reminiscence of the past appear in his eyes. His home was still his home, but it had changed so much that the familiar scenery had become a memory. However, Jianchen did not have any objections to the changes here. He knew that this was all arranged by his parents, but inside, he still hoped to see the home he was once familiar with. He wanted to see more of it so that he could remember it even more deeply because he knew that he would not be able to stay here for long. Today just so happened to be the day of the temple's routine cleaning. At this moment, dozens of beautifully dressed female servants walked in from outside the temple. After being checked by the golden-armored guards, they carefully opened the temple's door and walked in with respectful expressions. Whether it was guarding the divine hall or cleaning the divine hall, it was an extremely great honor in the Changyang clan. As a result, the attire of the female servants differed greatly from that of ordinary servants. Every single one of them wore the same attire, which was of the highest quality. It was quite expensive. Ah! There's actually someone inside. At this moment, the female servants who had just entered the divine temple to clean suddenly exclaimed. They all widened their eyes and stared at the back of Jianchen, who was 30 meters away. They had been cleaning this divine temple for several years. Some of the older female servants had even been cleaning for more than 10 years. In their impression, this divine temple had always been empty. Except for routine cleaning, no one had entered. Even the head of the family in Changyang Prefecture did not have the right to enter. However, at this moment, looking at the divine temple that was supposed to be empty in their impression, a person suddenly appeared. This immediately shocked all of them. What, there's someone inside. The female servant's exclamation was naturally heard by the guards in golden armor who were guarding outside the divine temple. Suddenly, all the guards' expressions changed. They had been guarding here closely. Except for the female servants who were cleaning, they had not seen anyone enter the divine temple. Chapter 1647. Outside the divine hall, several dozen Saint Plain cultivators had already surrounded the place, setting up a tight encirclement. Although they had not entered the divine hall, their strength made it difficult for them to break out of the encirclement, even if the person who had entered the divine hall was a holy emperor. Within the divine hall, the golden-armored guards who were in charge of guarding the divine hall surged in like a tide. Every single one of them was brimming with killing intent. At the same time, 5 more shocking auras radiated from all around Changyang Prefecture. A moment ago, these 5 auras had spread from all directions, but in the next moment, the owners of these 5 auras had silently appeared before the divine hall. These 5 people were all holy emperors, and they were even more powerful than the 2 holy emperors who had mingled with the group of Saint Plain cultivators. These 5 holy emperors clearly held extraordinary statuses in Changyang Prefecture. Their appearance made all the Saint Plain cultivators clasp their hands in respect. Even the 2 holy emperors who had mingled with the group of Saint Plain cultivators clasped their hands in respect when they saw the 5 holy emperors appear. However, these 5 holy emperors ignored the clasped hands around them, including the 2 holy emperors. They were cold and expressionless. Only their sharp eyes stared unblinkingly at the divine hall. They had been secretly accumulating power, ready to launch a thunderous attack at any time. In the eyes of everyone in Changyang Prefecture, the divine hall before them was a sacred place that could not be desecrated. However, in the eyes of these 5 people, the divine hall was even more important. In some sense, its importance was even greater than their lives. This was because everything that the 5 of them had achieved today had been bestowed upon them by the Master of the Divine Hall. It was the Master of the Divine Hall who had turned them from mercenaries with no future into the experts they were today. The 5 of them were the divine guards of the flames that Bai Lian had left behind in Changyang Prefecture. Every single member of the divine guards of the flames had been nurtured by Jianshan with everything he had. He had used a large number of heavenly resources to cleanse their bodies, turning their mediocre talents into cultivation prodigies with heaven-defying talent step by step. As a result, the rate of cultivation of the divine guards of the flames was extremely shocking. Coupled with the fact that the calamity of the world had been averted and the Yinyang Saint Rock no longer existed, the laws of the world had gradually been perfected, and the long-lost origin energy had reappeared. The various changes made it much easier for the cultivators in the world to cultivate and break through. Naturally, the 5 divine guards of the flames had successfully broken through from the Holy Emperor level to the Holy Emperor level. The female servants had already huddled together in a corner of the divine hall. They studied Jianshan's back fearfully. Every single one of them was extremely curious. They wondered just who was bold enough to barge into the divine hall. After all, even the 9th heavenly layer Holy Emperor would not be able to escape once they entered the divine hall. Although there were no 9th heavenly layer experts who could stop the Holy Emperor in Changyang Prefecture, there were in Flame City. If Changyang Prefecture really needed them, the Origin Realm experts in Flame City could appear at any time. This was because while Jianshan was in seclusion, Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling, who were still childish, would often come to play. As time went on, basically everyone in Changyang Prefecture knew the identities of the 2 sovereigns. Jianshan remained where he was, like a statue. Reminiscence filled his eyes, as if he had not sensed anything in the surroundings. Very soon, he was surrounded by a group of golden-armored guards. The captain arrived before Jianshan and called out with a piercing gaze, "Sir, you are." The captain's voice came to a halt. In the next moment, his face changed drastically. His eyes widened as shock and disbelief filled his face. Plop! The guard captain immediately retracted his aura and his expression became respectful. He directly knelt down on both knees and put his head on the ground. He said in fear and trepidation, "This lowly one greets the 4th young master." This lowly one didn't know that the 4th young master had returned. "Please punish me." The other guards were all stunned by the captain's words, but they all dropped to their knees at the same time. They said politely, "This lowly one greets the 4th young master." "What? The 4th young master?" Not far away, the maidservants who were huddled together in a corner all widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the back of that unfamiliar figure. The 4th young master? The voices of the guards rang out outside the divine hall, immediately causing the several dozen sainthood experts who had set up an inescapable net to become stunned. Many of them found the title of the 4th young master rather unfamiliar. However, they all returned to their senses soon afterward. Their faces all changed at that moment, especially the 5 divine guards of the flame. They all became excited. The 4th young master has returned. It's actually the 4th young master who has entered the divine hall. Quick, go inform the old master and old man that the 4th young master has returned. A sainthood expert immediately called out. At that moment, his face had become bright red from excitement. The 4th young master of the Changyang Prefecture was the greatest sovereign who was no weaker than the Spirit King, yet he was actually so close to them right now. This was a great honor for all the sainthood experts present. Xiang'er, has Xiang'er returned? Before he had time to report, a voice full of energy was heard. The voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian hurried over from afar. Greetings to the old master and old man. With the arrival of the couple, all the sainthood experts along the way clasped their hands and bowed towards them. They were filled with respect, including the Holy Emperor. Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian would definitely return the greeting with a smile if it were any other time, but they no longer cared about that now. They hurried into the divine hall excitedly and vanished from everyone's sight. Soon after, the current patriarch of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Ku, Jianshan's three aunts, Ling Long, Yu Fengyan, and Bai Yushuang, as well as the various upper echelon and elders of Changyang Prefecture hurried over from all directions. They all stopped outside the divine hall and stared at it. Bai Yuntian wore luxurious white robes within the divine hall. Her face was filled with excitement as she gripped Jianshan tightly. She sobbed, "Xiang'er, you've finally returned." Changyang Ba chuckled. "Madam, Xiang'er is an origin realm sovereign now. A sovereign can enter seclusion for several thousand years at the longest and several hundred years at the shortest. Xiang'er has entered seclusion for 18 years this time. It's already relatively short." Whether it was the golden-armored guards or the maids who had come to clean, they all retreated under Jianshan's orders. The disturbance caused by the intrusion of an outsider settled down just like that. Jianshan remained in the Changyang clan and spent time with his parents and a few seniors, catching up on the past and talking about daily life. Under Jianshan's orders, the news of his return was not spread. As a result, only a portion of people in Changyang Prefecture knew about his return. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed since Jianshan had returned to Changyang Prefecture. During those 3 days, Jianshan did not take a single step out of Changyang Prefecture. He spent all his time with his parent. He understood that his time in this world was becoming shorter and shorter. He wanted to spend more time with his parents before he left. Who knew when they would meet again in the future? At this moment, Jianshan and Changyang Ku sat in a pavilion in the garden of Changyang Prefecture. They drank to their heart's content. A sliver of reminiscence appeared on their faces. "When we were still young, your third brother would often play tricks on my fourth brother. In the end, not only did I not succeed once, I even fell for his tricks many times. My fourth brother played tricks on me many times, causing me to be covered in dirt." Changyang Ku smiled as he reminisced about the past. He seemed rather nostalgic. Jianshan chuckled aloud. He raised his cup and drank it all in a single gulp. He said freely, "The one time that left the deepest impression on me was when my third brother wanted to spar with me. He originally wanted to bully me, but I ended up injuring him instead. Because of this, I was scolded quite a lot by my third aunt." Changyang Ku chuckled when he heard that. He said, "My mother would never have thought that my fourth brother, who she scolded back then, would become a revered sovereign of a world." A sliver of pride appeared on Changyang Ku's face. After clinking his cup with Jianshan's, he drank all the wine in his cup in a single gulp. Jianshan laughed happily as well. The unhappiness between him and Changyang Ku when they were young had instead become beautiful memories that were deeply engraved in the depths of their minds. They felt rather nostalgic. "We were originally 4 siblings, but only the 2 of us are sitting here drinking now. Big Brother has comprehended great freedom and severed all his emotions and desires, cultivating in the Pure Heart Pavilion. I don't even know if he still remembers our brotherhood. Second sister has left this world as well, heading to the distant saint's world. Even I don't know if there will be a day when we can meet again. Even if we do, I don't know if she's still the same old sister. I don't know if she still has me in her heart. Actually, how I wish that it wasn't just me and third brother sitting here drinking right now, but big brother and second sister as well. It's just a pity that all of that has become wishful thinking," Jianshan said as he drank. His face was filled with loneliness. "Second sister. Chang-Yang murmured softly. He gazed at the sky as a sliver of longing appeared in his eyes. Although Chang-Yang who had severed all his emotions and desires, he was still in this world at the very least. They would still have the chance to meet in the future. However, Chang-Yang could deeply understood that his second sister, Chang-Yang Mingyue, had probably bid farewell to him forever. This caused him to feel a sliver of pain. Originally, they were 4 siblings, but now only he and Jianchen remained. The female attendants in the surroundings of the garden had been sent away long ago. Only Jianchen and Chang-Yang remained in the pavilion in the large garden. Their laughter would ring out from time to time. That day, the 2 brothers talked a lot and drank a lot of wine. They drank from day to night and from night to dawn. In the garden, the voices of the 2 brothers never stopped. At this moment, Chang-Yang, who had become slightly drunk, suddenly became serious. He said, "Brother, many of the senior members of the clan have suggested to me that we use the current prestige of our Chang-Yang prefecture to expand. After all, the difference between the territory we've conquered and the strength and prestige we possess is just too great. I wonder what you think. If you agree, I'll do it immediately." Chapter 1648. The 2 brothers drank until dawn before finally dispersing. The garden gradually returned to its peaceful state. At this moment, the young master of the Chang-Yang clan, Chang-Yang Su, was with his mother in a luxurious courtyard within the Chang-Yang clan. Both of them were slightly worried. At this moment, a maidservant quickly walked in from outside. She said softly, "Madam, the patriarch has returned." Chang-Yang Su's mother's face lit up when she heard that. She immediately arrived before Chang-Yang Su and excitedly said, "Su, since your father has returned, your uncle has probably returned to his divine hall as well. Quick, go find your uncle and get him to properly nurture you. Your father and uncle are brothers. Your uncle has given the young island master so many violet cloud peaches, so he can't leave you out no matter what. Your uncle and I are family after all." "Yes, mother. I know what to do." The young island master of 3 Saint Island completely looks down on me just because he's stronger than me. He even wants me to call him brother without any shame. Is he even worthy? He's just relying on the violet cloud peaches. If I consume them, my strength will definitely increase even more than his with my talent. At that time, I'll beat the crap out of the young island master. I'd like to see how he can act arrogantly before me in the future," Chang-Yang Su coldly said. He was extremely displeased with his uncle inside. His uncle had given so many violet cloud peaches to an outsider like the young island master of 3 Saint Island, yet as his nephew, he had not even received a single violet cloud peach. "Your grandfather is really something." When the young island master of 3 Saint Island gave him a violet cloud peach, he insisted on keeping it for himself. He refused to give it to you no matter what. If your grandfather had given it to you sooner, how would you have lost to the young island master? Fortunately, not a lot of people know about this, or it would have been embarrassing if the news of the young master of Chang-Yang Prefecture being inferior to the young island master of 3 Saint Island was made public. After all, our Chang-Yang Prefecture is not something that 3 Saint Island can compare to, Chang-Yang Su's mother said. Chang-Yang Su's mother said. She was rather displeased with Chang-Yang Ba's actions, but she did not dare to express her displeasure. She could only bury it deep inside. Jianchen sat on his bed within the majestic divine hall in Chang-Yang Prefecture. He thought about the matter of land between the Tianyuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saint. The land the world of Forsaken Saints wants is indeed a little too large. If we give it to them as they wish, the losses to the 4 races of this world will be far too great. At the same time, if we give up the land, we'll have to resettle the people who originally lived there. Resettling them won't be easy, Jianchen thought inside. "Fourth young master, the young master wishes to see you." At this moment, the respectful voice of a guard rang out from outside. "Let Su in," Jianchen calmly said as he looked outside. Changyang-su walked in from outside and knelt down before Jianchen. He politely said, "Changyang-su greets uncle." Jianchen studied Changyang-su and smiled amiably. He said, "Su-er, there's no need to be so greedy. You can rise." With that, Jianchen raised his right hand and an invisible force gently lifted Changyang-su from the ground. "Yes, uncle." Changyang-su was filled with respect. Although he had set the goal of surpassing his uncle multiple times, he still could not help but feel nervous when he actually faced his legendary uncle. After all, his uncle was just far too famous. He was the greatest sovereign of the world, the most powerful existence in the world. Even the Changyang clan, which was like the sun in the sky right now, could only exist under his dazzling light. Jianchen smiled at Changyang-su and gently said, "Su-er, it's not easy for our Changyang prefecture to go from a small, nameless clan to a glorious clan today. As the young master of Changyang prefecture, you must be a good role model. You cannot be arrogant, and you cannot look down on others. At the same time, you cannot stir up trouble recklessly outside and harm or oppress others as you wish. Do you understand?" "Yes, uncle. Su-er will definitely keep uncle's teachings in mind," Changyang-su politely replied. Before he had come, he had already thought about how he would ask his uncle for the violet cloud peach. He had even made up his mind that if his uncle did not give it to him, he would cling onto his uncle and pester him. He knew that he wanted the violet cloud peach, but when he truly faced his legendary uncle, he suddenly discovered that he did not have the courage to ask. Although his uncle was friendly to him, he did not even dare to breathe too loudly before him. Deep inside, he trembled slightly. It was as if he was not facing his uncle, but a god, a supreme god. His father and grandfather had said what his uncle had said to him more than once, but he had never truly taken it to heart. It went in one ear and out the other. However, when he heard the same thing from his uncle, he developed an irresistible thought from the bottom of his heart. In the end, the words that he had heard countless times became deeply embedded in his heart. Changyang-su could also sense the change in him before his uncle. This filled him with fear, and at the same time, he trembled even more. Cold sweat had even appeared on his forehead. Only at that moment did he finally understand just how terrifying his uncle was. "Su-er, have you come to find your uncle this time for something?" Jianchen asked. He treated Changyang-su like a senior to a junior. He was extremely amiable because he thought of Shangguan Aojian when he saw Changyang-su. They were so close in age. "And no, I've come this time. I've actually come to pay my respects to uncle. I hope you take care of yourself and don't work too hard on the matters of the Tianyuan continent." "I'll be leaving first," Changyang-su stuttered slightly. He did not dare to mention the violet cloud peach at all. Jianchen nodded and waved his hand. "Su-er, you can leave first." "Yes, uncle. I'll be leaving now." Changyang-su left politely. Jianchen stared at Changyang-su's back and suddenly called out, "Su-er." Jianchen's sudden words seemed to have startled Changyang-su, causing him to tremble. He then turned around and bowed to Jianchen. "Uncle? Su-er, I know why you've come. You've already developed the arrogance of a wastrel. If you don't repent, you'll cause great trouble for yourself sooner or later. Although no one dares to offend the Changyang prefecture in the entire world with our strength, that's because our Changyang prefecture never takes the initiative to provoke others. We never bully others. If you casually offend others in the future, there will still be people who will risk offending the Changyang prefecture and kill you regardless of their lives. Do you understand?" Jianchen said sternly. Changyang-su became rather pale. He politely replied, "I understand. Su-er, you have to remember that our Changyang prefecture is not afraid of trouble. No matter how powerful our enemies are, we don't fear them. However, you can't cause trouble for no reason. Do you understand? Moreover, if you really want to become an expert in the future, you need to go out and temper yourself. No expert on the Tianyuan continent has grown up in a greenhouse. Instead, they've gone through countless storms of blood. They've climbed up step by step with hot blood flowing through their veins. Your current strength has basically come from accumulating heavenly resources. It won't be good for you in the long run. It might even affect your foundation, Jianshan said sternly. Right now, he really did seem like a senior teaching a junior. Yes, uncle. I will definitely keep that in mind. Changyang Su's forehead was already covered in sweat. He trembled even more inside. He became more and more fearful of his uncle. He had never thought that his uncle would be so resourceful. He had clearly only returned home a few times, and he had not even seen him a few times, yet his uncle seemed to know everything that had happened to him. Changyang Su even felt like there was nothing in the world that his uncle did not know. The entire world was in his uncle's hands. Chapter 1649. After emerging from the Divine Hall, Changyang Su felt like he was about to collapse. This was not the first time he had seen his uncle, but it was the first time he had spoken to him at such a close distance. He had seen his uncle from very far away many times in the past, but he did not feel any pressure. However, when he saw his uncle at such a close distance today, he finally understood just how terrifying his uncle was. Even when his uncle purposefully concealed his presence, he did not even dare to breathe too loudly before him. He did not even dare to mention his original plan of asking his uncle for the violet cloud peaches. This was not because his uncle was strict, nor was it because his uncle was vicious. Instead, it was because he did not have the courage to do so. After leaving the Divine Hall, Changyang Su's head continued to echo with his uncle's words. He seemed to have lost his mind as he walked around the estate aimlessly. When he raised his head again, he discovered that he had actually returned home unknowingly. Su-er, did your uncle give you any violet cloud peaches? As far as I know, your uncle is not a stingy person. Back then, he gave away so many to outsiders. As his nephew, no matter how poor you are, you should be able to get a few immortal peaches from your uncle. Quickly tell me, how many peaches did your uncle give you? Changyang Su's mother had been waiting anxiously the entire time. She asked eagerly as soon as Changyang Su returned home. Changyang Su remained rather absent-minded. He sat on a chair absent-mindedly and gently shook his head. He said nothing. Su-er, didn't your uncle give you any violet cloud peaches? Changyang Su's mother's eyes widened as disbelief filled her face. However, she soon became extremely displeased. How can your uncle be like this? He gave so many violet cloud peaches to the young island master of Three Saint Island, so how can he treat his nephew like this? After all, your father and uncle are brothers. No. I have to go find your grandfather. Your uncle is treating you like an outsider. No, you're even worse than an outsider. Changyang Su's mother was furious. She immediately went to find Changyang Ba to complain. Changyang Su immediately stopped her and said, Mother, you can't go find grandfather, and you can't blame uncle either. Uncle is extremely resourceful. Nothing in the world can be hidden from him. He will know. As soon as his uncle was mentioned, uncontainable fear appeared on Changyang Su's face. Xie Yan stared at Changyang Su strangely. She understood her son's feelings extremely well. She had never thought that he would change so drastically as soon as he went to see his uncle. Moreover, he seemed to fear his uncle very much. Uncle is right. No expert grows up in a sheltered environment. Mother, I've already made up my mind. I'll be leaving Changyang Prefecture tomorrow morning to train in the outside world. I won't be taking anyone with me this time. The next morning, Changyang Su left Changyang Prefecture to train by himself. Only he knew that his entire soul seemed to have undergone some sort of metamorphosis after listening to his uncle's teachings. Within the Divine Hall, Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, ignoring the obstructions of the various structures. He looked at Changyang Su, who had already left Lore City, and nodded slightly. After a moment of thought, Jianchen left the divine hall. He arrived in the forbidden grounds of the back courtyard, where Changyang Ba cultivated. Father, this box contains the violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea leaves that I've prepared for Su-er. When Su-er returns from training outside, if he really does change, please give this box to him. Otherwise, keep this box forever. Although Su-er is third brother's son, I won't raise a wastrel. Jianchen passed the wooden box with the violet cloud peach and comprehension tea tree to Changyang Ba as he spoke sternly. Changyang Ba accepted the box and gently sighed. Us seniors have an unshakable responsibility for Su-er's current state. Xiang-er, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Jianchen nodded. He chatted with his parents for a little longer before bidding farewell. On this day, Jianchen left Changyang Prefecture and arrived at the most bustling city center of Lore City. There was a sizable inn there. The inn might not have been famous on the Tianyuan continent, but it possessed an extraordinary status in Lore City and the kingdom of Jessen. This was because the inn had always been under the protection of Changyang Prefecture ever since it was founded. The owner of the inn had close ties with Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian, the old man's daughter. Not only had she been invited to Changyang Prefecture many times as guests, but as the most authoritative couple in Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian would always lower themselves and visit the owner of the inn with gifts. It was also because of its relationship with the Changyang clan that the inn had become a place that no one dared to provoke aside from the Changyang clan in Lore City. Even a few hedonistic disciples from hermit clans or even ancient clans would have to erase their arrogance when they stayed in the inn. They would behave themselves and would not dare to act rashly. This was because they would be chased out by the guards of the Changyang clan as soon as they made trouble or began fighting. Many people understood that offending the inn was equivalent to directly offending the Changyang clan. As time went on, many people understood that offending the inn was directly offending the Changyang clan. Due to the rapid development of Lore City, the number of luxurious inns in the city had increased by quite a bit. This inn was not the largest or most luxurious in the city, but it was the most popular inn in Lore City. This was because the representatives of various powers who came to visit Changyang Prefecture would all choose to stay in this inn without exception. On this day, the inn welcomed a young man with 2 swords on his back. As soon as the young man entered the inn, a waiter ran up to him and said apologetically, "Sir, may I ask if you're here to eat or stay? If you're here to stay, then I'm really sorry. Our rooms." Suddenly, the waiter's words came to an abrupt halt as he stared at Jianchen in disbelief. "Why, you're the sovereign of Jianchen!" the waiter cried out in shock. At that moment, he even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He had actually seen the legendary sovereign of Jianchen with his own eyes. He was no stranger to the sovereign of Jianchen's appearance because he had seen the statue of the sovereign of Jianchen countless times. However, this was the first time he had seen the real person. There were still quite a few people eating on the first floor of the inn. When the waiter's exclamation rang out, it was clearly heard by quite a few people. The entire inn fell silent, and quite a few people became slightly stunned. However, everyone soon returned to their senses. They all stood up and bowed to Jianchen. Their faces were filled with excitement, respect, and admiration. "Fourth young master." At this moment, a familiar, old voice rang out. An old woman with white hair walked down the stairs with the support of 2 female servants. Her face was filled with excitement. Chapter 1650. According to the lifespan of an ordinary person on the Tianyuan continent, Shen Fang should not have appeared so old at her age. However, Kendall's death was a huge blow to Shen Fang. Her love for Kendall was so deep that it could not be erased by time. As a result, Shen Fang still had not emerged from her grief even after several decades. As a result, Shen Fang, who should have been a middle-aged woman, had become an old woman. "Auntie, you have to take care of yourself. Don't forget that you still have a son, Kendall. Even if you don't care about yourself, you have to think about your son. Jianchen walked over to support Xinfang, who could not even walk properly. He felt rather uncomfortable inside. He could already sense that there was not much life left in Xinfang's body. She did not have much time left to live. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to help Xinfang. He would be able to give Xinfang 1,000 years of lifespan without the slightest effort. However, Xinfang's heart was already dead. If he acted on his own accord and gave Xinfang more life force, not only would it not be of help to Xinfang, it would instead be a form of torment. It was also because of this that Jianchen did not dare to make any decisions on his own. He did not wish for Xinfang to leave like this, but he also did not want to see Xinfang continue to live in pain. Thank you for your concern, young master. You've already treated our family well enough. It's my father's fortune to be able to meet a good person like you. Young master, there's a lot of people here. Let's go up and talk, Xinfang smiled. Her voice had become rather weak, as if she was running out of breath. With Jianchen's support, Xinfang disappeared from the first floor, leaving behind a hall full of diners who stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Heavens, just who is the owner of the inn? Sovereign Jianchen is actually personally supporting her. A long while later, an uproar erupted on the first floor of the inn. Everyone was extremely shocked, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. 4 hours later, Jianchen left the inn, feeling a little down. During his conversation with Xinfang, he also tried to enlighten Xinfang so that she could walk out of her sadness. Only then would he be able to help Xinfang. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for Xinfang to live for a few thousand more years. Unfortunately, Xinfang was thinking about Kendall wholeheartedly and wasn't willing to accept his help. In Xinfang's words, Kendall was very lonely in the sky and needed someone to accompany him. And she was that person to accompany him. Xinfang's words left Jianchen at a loss for words. Even if he brought out Xiao San, it still didn't have any effect. At this moment, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Afterwards, he turned into a resplendent streak of violet light and shot off into the distance. He vanished from the horizon in an instant. He was unbelievably fast. Overseas Dragon Island, the space between the mountains in the depths of Dragon Island suddenly distorted violently. Within the distortion, a huge golden door rapidly formed. Inside the door was a small world that was independent of the outside world. The entire small world was filled with huge tombstones. There were even huge, transparent dragon souls roaming around. They would occasionally let out dragon roars that spread across the entire Dragon Island. This was the Dragon Tomb on Dragon Island. There were many dragon skeletons buried here. There were even rank 9 dragons buried here. At this moment, a golden figure flew out from the depths of the Dragon Tomb. He gave off a powerful aura of the Dragon Clan. When some of the weaker dragon souls sensed this aura, they all trembled and prostrated themselves. The golden figure didn't stop at all along the way. He directly flew out of the Dragon Tomb. After he left the Dragon Tomb, the space gate of the Dragon Tomb slowly closed, allowing Dragon Island to return to its previous tranquility. The golden figure slowly withdrew his aura, and the golden light emitted from his body also gradually faded away, revealing an extraordinarily handsome middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe. He's finally out. He's been in seclusion for dozens of years. I wonder how Jianchen is doing now. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Behind the middle-aged man, a woman in fiery red wings walked out. She looked to be in her 20s, and her looks were enough to topple nations. Behind the woman was an old man in a black robe. The 3 of them stood side by side. Each of them gave off a powerful aura. The middle-aged man in the golden dragon robe was the strongest. He had already reached the realm of Holy Emperor 9th Heavenly Layer. Next was the woman with fiery red wings. She was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man. She was the Holy Emperor 8th Heavenly Layer. The black-robed old man was the weakest of the three, but he was also the Holy Emperor 6th Heavenly Layer. The three of them were Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish, who had spent many years in seclusion on Dragon Island. Suddenly, there was a flash of violet light. Before the three of them could react, the violet light had arrived before them at an unbelievable speed, turning into a young man. Ruijin, Honglian, and He Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Shock filled their faces. The three of them had already reached the level of Holy Emperor 9th Heavenly Layer, and one of them had even reached the 9th Heavenly Layer. They were only a step away from the origin realm, yet they did not even have the time to react before the violet light. They were extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, when they saw the figure formed by the purple sword light, they were even more shocked. They revealed looks of disbelief. Jianshin, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish all cried out. They struggled to remain calm when they thought of the violet light from before. The three of them had never thought that Jianshin would possess such terrifying speed after several decades. The violet light from before was so fast that it had completely surpassed the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, who was known as the fastest in the world. Jianshin was obviously extremely excited when he saw the three old acquaintances. He immediately clasped his hands. "Congratulations on emerging from seclusion, seniors. Jianshin, you've come so quickly. Oh right, what level of cultivation have you reached now? I can't see through it at all. I can't even sense your presence." Honglian stared at Jianshin in surprise. "I can't see through your strength, nor can I sense any presence from you. If I close my eyes, I won't even know that there's a person standing right in front of me. There are only two possibilities for this. The first possibility is that you've used some sort of secret technique to hide yourself, and the second possibility is that your strength has completely exceeded the three of us," Jianshin sighed. Ruijin also stared at Jianshin. A sliver of shock gradually appeared on his face, because he had already confirmed that it was extremely likely for the second possibility. Only that could explain how Jianshin had managed to appear before them faster than they could react. Chapter 1651. Jianshin, has your strength really surpassed the Holy Emperor in the past few decades? You've reached the origin realm? Ruijin asked in shock. He stared at Jianshin closely, waiting for Jianshin's answer. Honglian and Blackfish also stared at Jianshin. The question had also tugged at their nerve. As the three of them had been in seclusion for the past few decades, they had no idea what had happened in the outside world. As a result, they believed that even if the four races were added together, there would not be more than a handful of Origin Realm experts who surpassed the Holy Emperor. If Jianshin was one of them, it would just be far too shocking. Jianshin chuckled. "Seniors, many major matters have happened on the Tianyuan continent while you were in seclusion. My personal strength has skyrocketed in the past few years due to some fortuitous encounters. I should have surpassed the Origin Realm now." "What? Surpassed the Origin Realm?" This time, Ruijin, Honglian, and He Yu exclaimed in unison. Their eyes widened to the size of bells, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Tempestuous waves surged in their hearts. "Surpassed the Origin Realm? How is that possible? How long has it been?" The three of them murmured. They were rather stunned. If it were not for the fact that they knew Jianshin was not the kind of person who liked to joke, they might have directly believed that Jianshin was pulling a huge prank on them. To the three of them, the Origin Realm was already an unimaginably powerful expert. Surpassing the Origin Realm had completely exceeded their understanding. "Seniors, why don't you rest in Changyang Prefecture first? I'll tell you about the major matters that have happened on the Tianyuan continent in the past few years," Jianshin said, politely inviting Ruijin, He Yu, and He Yu. Ruijin sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He said, "All right, let's go to Changyang Prefecture first. Afterwards, Jianxin brought Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu back to Changyang Prefecture in Lore City. As soon as they entered Changyang Prefecture, the three of them were secretly surprised. Clearly, they had already sensed that there were several Holy Emperor experts in Changyang Prefecture. There were actually several of them. Before they entered seclusion several decades ago, there were only a handful of Holy Emperor-level experts in Changyang Prefecture, let alone Holy Emperor-level experts. Looks like the outside world really has changed drastically during the years we were in seclusion. The overall strength of this world has reached a whole new level. Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu all sighed emotionally. They originally thought that after emerging from seclusion, they would be invincible. Even if the three of them were not invincible in this world, they could still be regarded as a handful of peak experts. However, looking at it now, their thoughts were just too childish and laughable. Jianxin, Heiyu, and Heiyu all sat down in the majestic Divine Hall in Changyang Prefecture. Jianxin then personally told them everything that had happened in the past few years to Ruijin and the others. Several hours later, Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu learned about all the changes in the outside world in the past few decades from Jianxin. The three of them immediately sighed in amazement. I never thought that the outside world would have changed so drastically during the few decades we were in seclusion. Even so many Origin Realm experts have appeared. This is a glorious age. Even the ancient times were nowhere near as glorious, Ruijin sighed emotionally. The current world belongs to the Origin Realm expert. The Holy Emperor is nothing in this age. Since the crisis of the world has been eliminated, the laws of the world are constantly being perfected, and Origin energy is slowly recovering, so I obviously can't miss this great opportunity. As a result, I plan on continuing my seclusion and reaching the Origin Realm as soon as possible, Honglian said sternly. With our current strength, we can't help Jianxin at all. I plan on continuing my seclusion as well and breaking through to the Origin Realm as soon as possible, Ruijin added. Blackfish glanced at Ruijin and Honglian. He chuckled. Looks like the two of you have suffered quite a blow. You're going to continue your seclusion as soon as you emerge. Whatever, since you're going to continue your seclusion, I'll keep you company. Otherwise, the gap between the two of us will only grow larger and larger. Under Jianxin's arrangements, Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu all remained in Changyang Prefecture to cultivate. The current Changyang Prefecture had already undergone a series of special arrangements. The people who had made the arrangements were all Origin Realm experts. Not only was the energy of the world extremely abundant, over 10 times denser than the energy of the 10 protector clans, but it was also able to gather a small amount of Origin energy. As a result, Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu's seclusion here was far more effective than the Dragon's Tomb because there was no Origin energy there. As Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu entered seclusion, Jianxin left Changyang Prefecture as well. As his wife, Huang Luan and Yu Yu, were still in seclusion, he did not see the two of them when he returned this time. Afterward, Jianxin visited Flame City. The Flame Mercenaries had already developed into a super organization with several million internal members and tens of millions of external members. Their branches were spread across the entire continent, and they had even extended to the Sea Realm, the 100 races, and even magical beasts. Now that the 4 races had become connected, they no longer cared about protecting themselves. The abandonment of the concept of defending one's territory and adhering to convention led to the Flame Mercenaries not only being humans, but also members of the 100 races, sea races, and beasts. Bai Lian was still in charge of the Flame Mercenaries. As she had spent far too much time managing the Flame Mercenaries, Bai Lian's strength did not increase by much. Even after consuming the Violet Cloud Peaches and a large number of heavenly resources, she was still a holy emperor. Dugu Feng, Xiu Tianyu, Wang Yifeng, Yunjing, Signorin, and so on had all reached the holy emperor realm. Dugu Feng and Xiao Tianyu in particular possessed extraordinary talent, so after consuming the heavenly resources, they progressed at an even more shocking rate. They were already at the 4th and 5th heavenly layers of the Holy Emperor realm. Moreover, Jeditai, who had submitted under Jianshan's threat, had also reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor realm. Aside from returning to the Jedi clan from time to time, he spent the rest of his time in Flame City. His heart had slowly changed as Jianshan's strength gradually increased. He had chosen to submit to Jianshan completely out of fear of being forced by Jeditai. When he was threatened by Jianshan, he still felt rather reluctant inside. But now, not only did he truly treat himself as a member of the Flame Mercenaries, he even took pride in it. Jianshan's great-grandfather, Bai Hai, had remained in Flame City for the past few years as well. He had become Bai Lian's supervisor. All the upper echelon and senior figures of Flame City could see Bai Hai constantly urging Bai Lian to work harder. 3 days later, Jianshan left Flame City. When he reappeared, he was already standing on Three Saint Island. As soon as Jianshan set foot on Three Saint Island, Shangguan Mu appeared before him silently. She stared at Jianshan for a while before saying, "Jianshan, I know something must have happened when you were cultivating in seclusion last time. Tell me and I'll see if I can resolve it." Chapter 1652. Shangguan Mu frowned after learning about the problem with Jianshan. A sliver of worry appeared on her face, and she said, "This matter is very severe. We need to deal with it as soon as possible. If you suddenly lose your mind in this world, it'll be equivalent to us facing a crisis of the world again. Once we can't stop it, the entire world will be destroyed." Jianshan became rather stern as well. He had already considered the consequences, but unfortunately, he had no way of dealing with it. "I plan on dealing with the matters in this world as soon as possible before heading to the Saints' world. With my current strength, I won't be able to make any progress if I remain here. Only the Saints' world has the conditions for my chaotic body to reach a higher level. I believe that once my strength increases, I'll be able to eliminate the problem with my soul," Jianshan said with a deep voice. Actually, he had another thought, which was to go to the Immortals' world and have a look. This was because the Sword Spirits came from the Immortals' world. They were the treasures of the Sword sect of Violet Heavens, the leader of the 9 great sects in the Immortals' world. After the intense battle in the past, the Immortals' world suffered heavy losses. The so-called greatest expert of the Immortals' world, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, had died, while the old master of the twin swords had failed to fuse the swords. As a result, even he, one of the 5 grand exalts of the Immortals' world, died from the powerful backlash. At the same time, one of the 10 great god artifacts of the Immortals' world shattered, causing the Sword Spirits to fall into a lower world before accepting him as their master. Jianshan understood extremely well that his current accomplishments were all thanks to the help of the Sword Spirit. Although the Sword Spirits rarely mentioned the past when he was with them, he knew extremely well that the Sword Spirits wanted to return to the Immortals' world very much. At the same time, they were reluctant to part with their old master because they had been forged by the previous master of the twin swords. Their previous master was like a father to them. Aside from that, both Jianshan's past Azulite sword scriptures and his current chaotic body originated from the Sword sect of Violet Heavens. As a result, from a certain perspective, he was a disciple of the Sword sect of Violet Heavens. Heading to the Immortals' world was an extremely important matter. The Saints' world was a path that led to the Immortals' world. If he wanted to enter the Immortals' world, he needed to visit the Saints' world because he did not have the coordinates or the route from the Tian-Yuan continent to the Immortals' world. As for the Sword Spirits, they had completely lost their way after bringing his soul to the Tian-Yuan continent. Shangguan Mu fell silent when she heard Jianshan's words. After quite a while she said, "Your problem comes from your soul. Why don't you let me try and see if my zither music can help you?" After a moment of thought, Jianchen agreed to Shangguan Mu-er's suggestion. Afterwards, Shangguan Mu-er attempted to use her music to influence Jianchen's soul, but after many attempts she still failed to achieve anything. The effects of her music on the soul were basically useless before Jianchen. She was unable to influence Jianchen's soul at all. The only thing she could do was calm Jianchen through her music. During this time, Jianchen stared at Shangguan Mu-er's zither with interest. When she finished, he asked, "Mu-er, your zither has 36 strings, so why have I only seen you pluck the first half and never the second half?" Shangguan Mu-er looked at the zither of the demonic cry and said, "Plucking a single string of the zither of the demonic cry requires a corresponding amount of strength. With my current strength, I'm nowhere close to being able to pluck all the strings." A sliver of surprise appeared in Jianchen's eyes. He could not help but study the zither of the demonic cry carefully. He said, "This zither is actually so profound. Plucking the strings requires a corresponding amount of strength. With your current cultivation at mid-reciprocity, you can only pluck the first half. It looks like this zither has quite the background." The zither of the demonic cry does indeed have quite the background. Many people on the Tianyuan continent believe that I condensed this zither with Saint Force, but that's not actually the case. This is because I found this zither outside when I was young, Shangguan Mu-er said calmly. "You found it?" Jianchen was stunned. His expression became strange. "That's right. I did find the zither of the demonic cry. However, no one has ever known about this before." "You're the first," Shangguan Mu-er said. She glanced at Jianchen deeply before continuing, "When I found this zither, it was buried in the ground. I only discovered it because a small corner was exposed. When I dug it out with all my might, its weight was unfathomable. With my strength back then, I could not even move it at all. Afterwards, I accidentally cut my hand on the zither, and when my blood dripped onto the zither, I discovered that I actually formed a connection with the zither. It was exactly because of this connection that I learnt the zither's name. At the same time, a cultivation method appeared in my head. From then on, I used this cultivation method to cultivate step by step until now." "I see. Looks like this zither is a treasure of quite a high grade. It probably fell into this world by accident after the death of its original owner." Jianchen understood. He had already seen a similar case. The Anata Tower had also fallen into this world after the death of its original owner. It was still in his hands now. "Father, you've finally emerged." At this moment, a joyful cry rang out. Shangguan Aojian ran over excitedly from his seclusion. Jianchen stood up and leapt off the rock. He smiled at Shangguan Aojian. He was extremely satisfied with his son because he could not see any arrogance or condescension from Shangguan Aojian at all. Both his personality and character had reached a standard that satisfied him. Afterwards, the father and son began to talk about everything. Jianchen told Shangguan Aojian about matters related to cultivation, while Shangguan Aojian talked about some of his interesting experiences in the past few years. "Father, you don't know this, but my little brother Changyang Su has challenged me from time to time in the past few years. In the end, he's beaten to a pulp by me every time. He'll flee in panic every time." Shangguan Aojian could not help but laugh aloud as soon as he mentioned Changyang Su. Jianchen also laughed involuntarily when he heard that. He said, "Su-er's not even at the level of a holy emperor right now, yet you're no weaker than a holy emperor. As a matter of fact, many holy emperors might not even be your opponent. Aren't you just bullying your little brother on purpose? But Xiaobao, I still haven't taken you to see your grandfather and grandmother. It's time to tell them about your other identity." Chapter 1653. "Father, when will you come with me to see grandfather and grandmother?" Shangguan Aojian asked. Shangguan Aojian asked. He seemed to think of something and smiled. "I made Changyang Su call me elder brother in the past, but he was reluctant. Once I see grandfather and grandmother, I'll make him call me elder brother willingly." Haha, I really do look forward to seeing what kind of expression Changyang Su makes. Jianchen could not help but smile when he heard that. He looked at Shangguan Aojian gently and said, "Once we leave Three Saint Island, I'll take you back to Changyang Prefecture." Jianchen then looked at Shangguan Mu'er and said, "Mu'er, come back with me as well. Let's go see my parents." A sliver of eagerness appeared in Jianchen's eyes. Shangguan Mu'er fell silent. She seemed to be conflicted, but after quite a while of consideration, she nodded gently in the end. Jianchen immediately beamed with joy when Shangguan Mu'er agreed. With his understanding of Shangguan Mu'er, she definitely would have turned him down without any hesitation if he had asked her something like that in the past. Now that Shangguan Mu'er had agreed, it meant that she had changed quite a lot in the past few years. There's still 2 years before you and the Spirit King meet. Have you made up your mind about how much land you want to give to the world of Forsaken Saints? Shangguan Mu'er changed the topic and asked Jianchen about the issue of land. Jianchen gently shook his head. He still had not made up his mind about how much land he wanted to give to the world of Forsaken Saint. At the same time, the matter involved the sea race, the 100 races, and the magical beast. He still needed to discuss it with the leaders of the other 3 races. "Father, I've been traveling around the Tian-Yuan continent often in the past few years. Because the Tian-Yuan continent wants to give a portion of its land to the world of Forsaken Saints, I've specially made a few rounds around the territories that will be given away. I've discovered that basically half of the people living there are opposed to this matter. There are even a few people who are determined to protect their homes, so they've contacted the sects and clans that are unwilling to move as well. They've already formed a small group and are prepared to fend off the world of Forsaken Saint. They'd rather fight to the death than give up their territory. After all, those sects and clans have been operating in their territories for many years now. Many of them even have their ancestral homes there, so it'll be very difficult or even impossible for them to leave. Even if you give them enough wealth to rival an entire kingdom, they won't be tempted," said Shangguan Aojian. Jianchen frowned when he heard that. The senses of his soul immediately expanded, enveloping the entire Tian-Yuan continent in a single moment. At that moment, all the millions of people on the Tian-Yuan continent were under Jianchen's observation. As expected, he saw countless human cultivators who were opposed to the move in the territories that were about to be given away. There were sects, clans, and a few rather powerful kingdoms. Clearly, these organizations had already banded together. They stood under the banner of an alliance and were determined to face death. From the conversations of countless people, Jianchen could tell that most of them did not resent the sovereigns who had made this decision. They only felt extremely reluctant because they had been born on this land and had grown up on this land. They had managed this land for countless years, passing down their businesses and heritage from generation to generation. If they moved away just like that, all the time and effort they had spent to establish this land would go to waste. Even though the sovereigns had promised to compensate them, and even though they knew that the world of Forsaken Saints had contributed greatly in fending off the crisis of the world, this was not enough to shake their determination to defend their land because this land was their home. At the same time, Jianchen heard a small portion of people who were dissatisfied with the sovereign's decision. Some of them even resented the sovereigns, but there were not a lot of people like that. In a few kingdoms, Jianchen also saw a few commanders give passionate speeches in front of armies. Without any exception, the contents of their speeches were all about defending their homeland and their determination to fight to the death against the cultivators from the world of Forsaken Saints. Jianchen sighed inside when he sensed this. There were quite a lot of human cultivators who opposed the move. At a rough estimate, there were several billion of them. If they insisted on giving away their land, the several billion human cultivators would all choose to engage in an unprecedentedly intense war against the world of Forsaken Saints. The casualties would be unimaginable. After all, the origin realm sovereigns of the Tian-Yuan continent did not have absolute authority over the many human cultivators on the continent. Even if the people respected and worshipped them, there would still be people who did not fear death, who would stand forward to protect their interests and protect their homeland even if they were sovereigns, even if they could reduce them to ashes with a wave of their hand. Even death would not be enough to change them. Jianshan continued to expand his soul, directly enveloping all the continents of the four races. He discovered that the same thing that was happening on the Tian-Yuan continent was happening on the magical beasts and the sea race as well. Quite a few organizations from the two races had banded together and refused to give in. Only the 100 races remained relatively calm. They did not voice any objections. All the 100 races, from the cultivators at the level of the Holy Emperor to the commoners, followed the war god's lead. Anything the war god said was like an imperial edict. No one objected. This was because the 100 races had always been a race with a belief, and their belief was the war god of the 100 races, Tai Ta. Jianshan, there are only 2 more years until the negotiation date. Have you made your decision? Tai Ta's voice rang out in Jianshan's head as he enveloped the 100 races with the senses of his soul. Jianshan did not hide anything. He told Tai Ta everything he had seen. The matter of giving up land was not that simple. Jianshan, you should know the true identity of the elven god tree, right? The divine King Aladona once asked me to rope in the people from the world of Forsaken Saints. The people from the world of Forsaken Saints are actually spiritsages. The spiritsages are a large race in the higher world and possess quite the heritage, said Tai Ta's voice. Tai Ta's voice rang out. The two of them communicated through the senses of their souls from several dozen million kilometers away. Chapter 1654. Jianshan sank into his thoughts after his conversation with Tai Ta. He had never thought that the Forsaken Saints from the world of Forsaken Saints would actually possess such a powerful background, where the God clan would try to rope them in. He could not help but re-evaluate the world of Forsaken Saints. Jianshan sank into his thoughts for quite a while. The light in his eyes flickered as he sank into his thoughts. Shangguan Mu and Shangguan Aojian did not disturb Jianshan. A while later, Jianshan made up his mind. He made up his mind and looked at Shangguan Aojian and Shangguan Mu. He said, "Let's go to the Tian-Yuan continent right now." Shangguan Aojian naturally agreed to the suggestion happily. He had been hoping to reunite with his grandparents since a long time ago. Although he had visited Changyang Prefecture many times during his travels through the Tian-Yuan continent, Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian would personally accompany him due to his special status as the young island master of Three Saint Island, allowing him to see his grandparents many times. However, he did not sense any of the affection and care that he desired from them. All he felt was politeness and respect. This was politeness towards his identity as the young island master of Three Saint Island. This was not an outcome that Shangguan Aojian wanted to see. If others were polite to him, he would gladly accept it. He would not find it inappropriate at all, nor would he feel any discomfort. However, if his grandparents were polite to him, not only would Shangguan Aojian be unable to accept it, but he would also feel pained. Afterwards, Jianshan left Three Saint Island with Shangguan Aojian and Shangguan Mu. After the three of them left, the other 2 island masters, Shao Qian and Shao Yu, walked over from the other side of Three Saint Island with their junior sister, Qin Qin. Shao Qian and Shao Yu looked at their junior sister and sighed inside. Although several decades had passed, Qin Qin had already embarked on the path of cultivation and had achieved quite a lot. She possessed an extremely long lifespan, so she did not seem any different from several decades ago. She still maintained the purity and beauty of a 20-year-old. The only difference was that she now had a steadiness that she didn't have in the past. Qin Qin looked in the direction that Jianshan had left. Her eyes revealed a trace of emotion, as well as a trace of affection that she had deeply hidden. Qin Qin had indeed developed feelings for Jianshan. Even Xiaoqian and Xiaoye were aware of this. However, after several decades, Qin Qin had seen through many things. She knew that she was not fated to be with Jianchen in this life, so she learned to bury this feeling deep in her heart and seal it in ice. Jianchen returned to Changyang Prefecture in Lore City with Shangguan Mu and Shangguan Aojian. This time, the three of them did not directly fly into Changyang Prefecture. Instead, they passed through the main entrance of Changyang Prefecture and walked in openly. Their actions greatly shocked the guards at the entrance of Changyang Prefecture. They all knelt down and bowed towards them in disbelief as they wondered inside. They wondered what the fourth young master was in such a mood today that he was actually willing to pass through the main entrance of Changyang Prefecture. As the guards of the entrance, they had never seen Jianchen enter Changyang Prefecture through the main entrance. He was always elusive, appearing in Changyang Prefecture like he had teleported and leaving like he had teleported. They could not detect any traces of him at all. "I need to see my parents. Send someone to inform them immediately." Jianchen immediately ordered the guards the moment he crossed through the main entrance of Changyang Prefecture. "Yes, sir. I'll inform the master and old man immediately," one of the guards muttered to himself. One of the guards guarding the gate muttered in his heart. He was puzzled by the fourth young master's abnormal behavior. However, even though he was very puzzled, he didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest. After respectfully answering the order, he immediately ran in as fast as he could and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Jianchen walked through Changyang Prefecture with Shangguan Mu and Shangguan Aojian. They directly made their way to the discussion hall. The three of them did not walk quickly, moving at the speed of an ordinary person. They passed by groups of armored guards, and without any exception, all of them bowed towards the three of them. They were all filled with respect. Although Changyang Prefecture had expanded a few times, it did not occupy a particularly large area. Very soon, Jianchen entered the discussion hall with Shangguan Mu and Shangguan Aojian. At the same time, Bai Yuntian and Changyang Ba were notified by the guards as well. They emerged from the forbidden grounds in the back and entered the discussion hall. Jianchen had sent away all the guards in the hall, so only the five of them remained. "Haha, so the Island Master and young Island Master of Three Saint Island have come to visit. Changyang Ba, please forgive me for not going out to receive you. Xiang'er, seriously, why didn't you contact me earlier when the Island Master of Three Saint Island came to visit so that I could prepare?" When Changyang Ba saw Shangguan Mu, he immediately clasped his hands in question. His face was filled with undisguised respect. Afterwards, he spoke to Jianchen with a rather reproachful tone. Although his son was the greatest expert in this world, the Island Master of Three Saint Island was the only reciprocity expert in this world after all. He was so powerful that he deserved to be called the second strongest expert in the world. As a matter of fact, when Jianchen was in seclusion, the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints did not dare to act too recklessly. As a result, Changyang Ba believed that Changyang Ba needed to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for such an important person to visit. Only then would he be worthy of his identity as the Island Master of Three Saint Island. Jianchen smiled mysteriously. He did not reply. Instead, he looked at Shangguan Aojian and said, "Xiao Bao, why don't you greet your grandparents?" Without any hesitation, Shangguan Aojian took a step forward and directly dropped to his knees. He said, "Your grandson greets his grandparents." This scene stunned Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian. The two of them stared at the kneeling young island master in disbelief. His words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning them. They were unable to return to their senses even after quite a while. "Xiang'er, what's going on? Young Island Master, young Island Master." Bai Yuntian felt like her head was in a mess. She had become rather confused. Jianchen chuckled. "Mother, why are you still calling him young Island Master? Actually, the young Island Master of Three Saint Island is my son, Jianchen. He's also your grandson. It's just that I've never revealed this matter, which is why no one on the Tian-Yuan continent knows about his identity. What? The young island master is Xiang'er's son? Bai Yuntian's eyes widened as her heart churned. She had never thought that she would already have a grandson. Moreover, the grandson was already so old and had appeared before her more than once. Chang Yongba, who stood to one side, was stunned as well. He stared at Shangguan Aojian as he felt very unsettled inside. However, he seemed to think of something soon after and immediately asked, "The child's mother?" Chapter 1655. Chang Yongba and Bai Yuntian were stunned. They stared at Shangguan Mu blankly. At that moment they discovered that they could not think straight anymore. They had heard of the name of the island master of Three Saint Island, Shangguan Mu. Back when Jianqin was in seclusion and the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints were negotiating, the Origin Realm experts from the Tian-Yuan continent feared her to death. In order to avoid conflict with the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, they had set the location of the negotiations to the City Lord's estate in Flame City. This was more than enough to show just how much pressure the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints felt from the Origin Realm experts from the Tian-Yuan continent. During the negotiations, the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints could tell that the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints feared the Island Master of Three Saint Island. This allowed them to understand that the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints did not dare to speak loudly to them during the negotiations. They did not dare to intimidate them. This was not because of the existence of Flame City. It was all because of the Island Master of Three Saint Island. After all, Flame City was only enough to prevent Xiong Zhong's group from fighting and destroying the city. If they were dissatisfied with the outcome of the negotiations, they could threaten them with words or even intimidate the Origin Realm experts from the Tian-Yuan continent. There was no need for them to be courteous or fearful. The true deterrence was the Island Master of Three Saint Island. Although Chang Yongba and Bai Yuntian did not take part in the negotiations, they knew many details due to their extraordinary statuses. As a result, the couple felt respect for the Island Master from the bottom of their hearts. Even though the Island Master was not as powerful as their son, she alone was enough to intimidate all the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints aside from the Spirit King. Yet now, the Island Master of Three Saint Island, whom they respected so much, Shangguan Mu had actually called them father and mother. This was like a clap of thunder, deeply shocking the two of them. "Are you the child's mother?" After quite a while, Chang Yongba recovered. He immediately stared at Shangguan Mu in shock as disbelief filled his face. Such a scene was something that he had never dared to imagine even in his dreams. The female sovereign in front of him, whom he respected so much, was actually his daughter-in-law. Shangguan Mu glanced at Chang Yongba and his wife's shocked expressions before nodding slightly. Chang Yongba immediately gasped after receiving confirmation. At that moment, his heart began to beat extremely violently. He had never experienced such a rapid heartbeat before. This result shocked him even more than when he learned that his son was no weaker than the Spirit King. So you're actually my grandson." Bai Yuntian teared up emotionally as she looked at Shangguan Aojian benevolently. She could not help but take out the pouch that Shangguan Aojian had given her back then. She gripped it tightly. Shangguan Aojian had personally made the pouch. He had used up a large number of precious heavenly resources. The value of the heavenly resources had shocked countless people back then. Only now did Bai Yuntian learn that the pouch had actually been given to her by her grandson. As a result, the pouch's status in her heart had increased by countless times. Shangguan Mu and Shangguan Aojian's other identity obviously did not continue to be hidden. Very soon, the shocking news spread across the entire Changyang prefecture, shocking all the people there. The person who was the most shocked was Changyang Ku. He was filled with mixed feelings. Afterwards, the news rapidly spread across the entire Tian-Yuan continent. It even reached the 4 great races, causing everyone to sigh in amazement. Countless people gasped in amazement. In Flame City, a young girl and a young boy moved through the bustling city. They constantly went in and out of shop after shop. As long as they saw something that caught their eye, they would buy it without any hesitation, no matter how expensive it was. They were so generous that even the descendants of large clans could only sigh in admiration of their inferiority. The 2 people who seemed to be siblings were 2 of the 3 Origin Realm experts who watched over Flame City for a long time, Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling. However, the 2 of them had changed their appearances, so only those who knew them extremely well would be able to recognize them. At this moment, the matter of Shangguan Aojian and Shangguan Mu Er's other identity was discussed everywhere in Flame City. Naturally, Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling heard this as well. The young island master of 3 Saint Island is actually Big Brother's son. Xiao Ling, who had disguised herself as an ordinary girl, murmured softly. She looked around before saying to Xiao Jin, "Brother Xiao Jin, let's go. Let's go to Changyang Prefecture." "Yes, Sister Xiao Ling." Xiao Jin sighed. His face was filled with helplessness. As a spirit of the 5 elements, his growth was very slow, but he was not like Xiao Ling, who had the flaw of never being able to grow. As a result, even though Xiao Jin still looked like a young boy, he already possessed the mentality of an adult. However, no matter how his mentality changed, he would always be a little brother in Xiao Ling's eyes. Xiao Ling would drag him everywhere all the time. At the same time, a young man sat in seclusion in a forbidden grounds of the city lord's estate. Dense origin energy circulated around him, and a tremendous pressure would radiate from him from time to time. The young man was the White Tiger in human form. Unlike Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling, the White Tiger cultivated extremely diligently. He never wasted any time on meaningless matters. Aside from spending time with his mother, Rum Guinness, he basically spent all his time cultivating. Unless something major happened, he would never emerge from seclusion so easily. At this moment, the White Tiger opened his eyes. The moment he did so, the space before him shattered, turning into nothingness. Just his gaze had exceeded the limits of what the space there could endure. His strength had clearly increased once again. The young island master of 3 Saint Island is actually my brother's son. Now that his identity has been made public, I need to go congratulate him, the White Tiger murmured before disappearing in a flash. In the war god temple of the 100 races, Tai Ta sat cross-legged on his throne. His body emitted a thick golden light. This golden light spread out in all directions, filling the entire war god temple. It was as if he had become one with the golden war god temple. Around 20 hall elders who had reached the level of holy emperor sat below the throne. All of them had their eyes closed as they cultivated as well. A small portion of the golden light from Tai Ta had been absorbed by them. Suddenly, Tai Ta, who was seated on the throne, opened his eyes. The dense golden light around him gradually faded away. In the end, it completely disappeared. The entire war god hall quickly returned to its original tranquility. The divine hall elders cultivating under the throne also ended their cultivation at the same time. They all opened their eyes and looked at Tai Ta with respect. "Men, prepare gift. I'm going to Changyang Prefecture." Tai Ta laughed aloud as he stood up from the throne and ordered his subordinates. Chapter 1656. At the same time, Poseidon of the Sea Race, Yang Lai, Guihai Dao, Feng Xiaotian, Houston, and the 4 Ada brothers all hurried over from various places. They all gathered in Changyang Prefecture to congratulate Jianchen. Although Jianchen did not plan on holding any sort of celebration, Shangguan Aojian's appearance in Changyang Prefecture as Jianchen's son was a form of acknowledgement of his ancestry according to the customs of the Tian-Yuan continent. Even regular families would hold celebrations, not to mention that this had happened to 2 sovereigns, Jianchen and Shangguan Mu. As a result, the ancestors of many large clans and organizations across the four races came uninvited, bringing lavish gifts to congratulate them. Even the patriarch of the Tianqin clan, Qin Shao Tianmu Ling, the king of the Qin Empire, Qin Ji, Quan Yu Kai, Kara Livy, the president, and the grand elder of the Radiant Saint Master Union, and many other people who were on good terms with Jianchen came. In the end, Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian could not help but reject Jianchen's suggestion of not holding a celebration. They formally ordered a banquet to be held to entertain the guests. After the celebration, everyone left. Only the four de brothers remained. Jianchen knew what the four brothers were up to, so he called out to them before leaving Changyang Prefecture with them. They arrived at the center of a desolate mountain range. A few magical beasts lived in the mountains. They were not very powerful, only class 6 at most. However, with the arrival of Jianchen and the others, the powerful presences that the four brothers radiated from time to time immediately caused the magical beasts to flee in fright. Jianchen extended his right hand and a damaged tower the size of a finger suddenly appeared in his hand. The tower was covered in sword slashes, and every single one of them flickered with light. They formed a powerful seal that sealed the tiny tower. The tower was the treasure that Jianchen had obtained from the Sea of Despair in the Sea Realm, the Anata Grand Prime's Anata Tower. With the appearance of the Anata Tower, the four of them immediately looked at it. Their faces were filled with curiosity and a sliver of confusion. This was because the four of them found the Anata Tower to be both familiar and unfamiliar. You should be looking for me because of this tower, right? Jianchen stared at the four of them and said calmly. The four brothers said nothing. All of their attention was focused on the Anata Tower. All of their attention had been drawn away. With a toss of his right hand, the finger-sized Anata Tower was tossed into the air. Under Jianchen's control, the finger-sized Anata Tower rapidly expanded in the air. In the blink of an eye, it had become a huge tower that reached into the clouds, several thousand meters in diameter. Boom! The enlarged Anata Tower slammed into the ground with a heavy boom, causing the ground to shake violently. As soon as the Anata Tower left Jianchen's hand, its weight was immediately revealed, causing the ground to sink. Looking at the Anata Tower that had sunk several dozen meters, he shook his head helplessly. Jianchen shook his head rather helplessly. He had not completely refined the Anata Tower, so placing it on the ground was a troublesome matter. This was because the Anata Tower was as light as a feather in his hand, but once it left his hand, its weight would become apparent. As a result, he needed to make the Anata Tower larger, the larger the better. He needed a larger surface area to support the Anata Tower's weight. Otherwise, if it remained the size of a finger, the Anata Tower might actually sink to the core of the planet. Come with me, Jianchen called out to the four brothers before flying through the damaged entrance of the Anata Tower first. The four brothers stared at the damaged tower that reached into the clouds in shock before flying in with Jianchen. The Anata Tower had a total of 9 floors, and all of them were in a shattered state. A huge strand of sword qi suppressed the edges of the 9 floors. Jianchen arrived before the sword qi on the eastern side of the first floor with the four brothers. He stared at the huge strand of sword qi in the shattered space and said, "The four of you should have sensed something from the Anata Tower. The secret lies in the sword qi. The owner of the sword qi is called the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. He's a supreme expert who stood at the apex of another world. Although I don't know where your cultivation method comes from, it must be related to the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt or created by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. The Anata Tower is filled with remnants of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword qi. Since the sword qi comes from the same source as you, this might be the reason why you feel attracted to it." The Nirvanic Immortal Exalt possessed 4 swords. They were the Sword of Mortality, the Sword of Reincarnation, the Sword of Slaughter, and the Sword of Annihilation. The 4 swords all have their own shapes, and they just happen to share some similarities with the swords in your hands. The reason why you were all able to break through to the origin realm during the battle is also related to the sword chi left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. When I subdued the tower, I had the assistance of the 4 strands of sword chi. They were hidden in my arm, and when the 4 of you fought against the crisis of the world, the 4 strands of sword chi flew out of my arm and fused with you, which was why the 4 of you were able to break through at the same time. Jianshan explained to the 4 brothers. Jianshan, is the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt from a higher world? Ada asked. Jianshan nodded. That's right. The Nirvanic Immortal Exalt is indeed from a higher world, but he doesn't belong to the Saints' world. Instead, he's from the Immortals' world, an enemy of the Saints' world. At the same time, he's the greatest expert of the Immortals' world. His strength is beyond our imagination. Jianshan sighed at the sky when he reached there. He said in pity, "It's just a pity that the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's glory is a thing of the past because he has already passed away. He died on the battlefield between the Saints' world and the Immortals' world." The 4 brothers revealed mixed feelings when they heard that the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was already dead. They learnt about the origins of their cultivation method, but it was a pity that the original owner of the cultivation method was already dead. What you see before you is the sword chi of the God-vanquishing sword. Ada, I can see that your sword is rather similar to the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's God-vanquishing sword. See if you can form a connection with the sword chi. It would be even better if you can absorb the power from the sword chi. Jianshan stared at Ada with brimming interest. He had brought Ada into the Anata Tower this time because he wanted to see if the 4 of them could make the strands of sword chi disappear or not. He wanted to see if the 4 of them had a way to make the strands of sword chi disappear. This was because the sword chi were seals that sealed away the Anata Tower's power. If the seals were not removed, he would not be able to unleash the tower's true power even if he refined it completely. Ada stared at the sword chi for a while before shaking his head. The sword chi is both familiar and unfamiliar to me. It's impossible to absorb the power from the sword chi because I can clearly sense how powerful the sword chi is. Even with my current strength, I still shiver in fear. If I absorb it, I'll probably be ripped to pieces in a single moment and wiped out. A sliver of disappointment appeared in Jianshan's eyes, but he did not become dejected. He brought the 4 of them to the second strand of sword chi. The second strand of sword chi came from the God-vanquishing sword, which corresponded to A'er's sword. However, the result was the same as Ada's. A'er found the sword chi to be rather familiar, but he was still unable to absorb its power. Afterwards, Jianshan led the 4 brothers through all 4 corners of the first floor, but he found nothing in the end. Only when he had explored all 9 floors of the Anata Tower with the 4 of them did he return in disappointment. He left the Anata Tower. What about the sword chi outside? Do you have any way of controlling it? Or absorbing it? Jianshan stood outside the Anata Tower and looked at the sword slashes. Even though he already knew what to do, he still wanted to try. The 4 brothers stared at the sword chi before closing their eyes very soon. Their presences suddenly changed at that moment. Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at the 4 brothers. At that moment, he felt like the 4 brothers seemed to have fused with the sword chi. They're using the sword slashes to comprehend the way of the sword. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat. He had experienced something similar when he first saw the sword slashes, but unfortunately, due to his low cultivation, not only did he fail to benefit from it, but he had almost suffered a powerful backlash. The cultivation method the 4 brothers use should be passed down by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. It comes from the same source as the sword chi. I wonder if they can comprehend it successfully, Jianshan thought. However, as soon as he thought of that, the 4 brothers' presences immediately became chaotic. They all vomited blood as their faces became extremely pale. Jianshan arrived before the 4 brothers and raised his hand to use Radiant Saint Force to heal them. Although the 4 brothers suffered from a backlash, they were not too heavily injured. With Jianshan's abilities as a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master, the four brothers made a full recovery before long. What powerful sword qi! I've never felt such powerful sword qi before. I never thought that I wouldn't even have the right to comprehend it with my strength at the origin realm. Sighed. Ada exhaled deeply. He glanced at the sword slash on the Anata tower in lingering fear before immediately looking away. He no longer dared to try comprehending it. Jianshan stared at the sword slashes. He did not tell the four brothers that the sword qi had actually become much weaker after resisting the Anata tower for so long. Afterwards, the five of them circled around the Anata tower a few more times while the four brothers flew to the very top of the tower. They saw the four slashes that no longer contained any sword qi, but they failed to benefit from it in the end. Chapter 1657. Jianshan watched the four brothers leave. Only when they had vanished from his sight did he gently sigh. His face was filled with some regret and disappointment. He had brought the four brothers into the Anata tower this time for another purpose other than answering their questions. He wanted to see if the four brothers had any way of dealing with the seal on the Anata tower. After all, the cultivation method the four brothers used was related to the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, and they had only been able to reach the origin realm because of the four strands of sword qi that had assisted him in the past. In this world, the four brothers were the only people who had a slight connection to the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, so in Jianshan's opinion, the four brothers were the most likely to be able to deal with the seal on the Anata tower. Although the seal on the Anata tower had become much weaker after countless years, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was still the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. However, this was a seal left behind by the greatest expert of the Immortals world after all. No matter how weak it was not something Jianshan could break through. Even if Jianshan's strength increased by a few more levels, he would still be helpless against the seal. Jianshan looked at the damaged Anata tower. He stared at the sword slashes that covered the Anata tower and murmured, "These sword qi already possess some intelligence. They must have sensed the arrival of the four brothers. The reason why they haven't changed is probably because the four brothers are too weak. After all, they haven't comprehended the way of the sword." If the four brothers had comprehended the way of the sword and their strength had increased by a few more levels, would the situation have been completely different? Jianshan stared at the sword slashes on the Anata tower in thought. After a while of thought, he put the Anata tower away. With a single movement, he vanished, only leaving behind the huge crater that the Anata tower had created. Jianshan lived a peaceful and ordinary life. He spent all his time either with his parents or teaching Shangguan Aojian about cultivation. He also passed on all the experiences he had accumulated over the years to Shangguan Aojian without holding back at all. Sometimes, he would stay on Three Saint Island for a few days and stay by Shangguan Mu'er's side. From time to time, he would go to Longevity Valley and follow Uncle Xiu to farm with his bare feet. He lived the life of an ordinary person, or he would travel to various places to visit his old friends and acquaintances. These days were the most relaxed and pleasant of Jianshan's life. They were no longer the same as before, where he spent all his time cultivating diligently and constantly on guard against his enemies. He lived under tremendous pressure where the slightest carelessness could lead to irreversible danger. These peaceful days were something that Jianshan had never even dared to think about in the past. Now that he had finally managed to live a life that he had always dreamed of, Jianshan treasured it very much. He treasured every single day, every single minute, and even every second. He would often smile, revealing a sense of relaxation that he had never experienced before. During these years, his old friends and acquaintances had all changed quite a lot. The third prince of the Qin Empire, Qin Ji, had become the king of the Qin Empire a few years ago. Tianmu Ling had become the patriarch of the Tianmu clan. Qin Shao had become the patriarch of the Tianqin clan many years ago as well. He had quite a few grandchildren now, and the Tianqin clan he led had become the greatest clan in the Zhuya kingdom. Their status was so great that even the imperial family of the Zhuya kingdom paled in comparison. Although the Radiant Saint Master Union had not changed much in the past few years, the president announced his resignation a few days after Shangguan Aojian's identity was announced. The current president was Quan Yukai. At the same time, the Grand Elder stepped down as well. He and the president had become Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters several decades ago in the artifact space, giving them 6,000 years of lifespan. In the following years, they planned to retire and live in seclusion. They no longer interfered with the matters of the Radiant Saint Master Union. The Tsar family that once controlled the City of God had completely declined without their Holy Emperor. Although Tsar Kaiyun had become the Holy Emperor, she had left the Tsar family as well. She no longer interfered with the matters of the Tsar family and faded away from the Tian-Yuan continent. Chongyang, who remained in the Pure Heart Pavilion to cultivate under the personal guidance of Feng Xiaotian. In the past few years, Chongyang, who seemed to have completely severed his emotions and desires, abandoning his family and friends. Ever since he entered the Pure Heart Pavilion, he had not taken a single step out, nor had he returned to the Chongyang Prefecture to visit his haggard mother. Nubis, on the other hand, was probably the happiest person out of all of them. He spent all of his time traveling with the two women, traveling across the 4 continents. He would also find a cave from time to time and make love with the two women. These two women, without exception, were beastmen of the 7th stage who had already taken human form. They were tall and sturdy, and their bodies were so strong that many of the burly men of the human race felt ashamed of their inferiority. Xiu Tianyu, Dugu Feng, Yunjing, Senioren, Ken Shaosan, and so on basically all remained in Flame City, contributing to the development of the Flame Mercenaries. A year after Shangguan Aojian's identity was announced, Yu Yu and Huang Luan both emerged from seclusion. When the two of them saw Shangguan Aojian, their faces were filled with mixed feelings. In the blink of an eye, the 10-year agreement between Jianshan and the Spirit King silently approached. As soon as the time arrived, an extremely powerful presence radiated from the tunnel between the two worlds. A middle-aged man in simple clothes appeared there. A metal sword shone with a dark light as it hovered behind him. It radiated with surging sword chi. The sword chi was so powerful that it caused space to distort. If it were not for the fact that he had intentionally concealed it, just the sword chi alone would have been enough to destroy the space of the world. The middle-aged man was the Spirit King. He had appeared on the Tian-Yuan continent on time. Behind him were the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. Shunjian, come to the City Lord's estate of Flame City for a chat. As soon as the Spirit King appeared, Jianshan's voice rang out from Flame City 1,000,000 kilometers away. It crossed through the distant space and exploded above the tunnel like a clap of thunder. The Spirit King remained emotionless. He said nothing and directly took a step forward. With that step, he directly vanished. In the next moment, he had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers, appearing in the City Lord's estate as if he had teleported. He stood before Jianshan. Between Jianshan and the Spirit King was a long table used for negotiations. All the Origin Realm experts from the Tian-Yuan continent had already taken their seat. They had been waiting for quite some time. The Spirit King stared at Jianshan, who sat across from him calmly. After staring at him for a while, he asked, "Has your strength increased again?" Jianshan smiled and said, "I've improved slightly this time." The Spirit King sat down and became rather stern. Jianshan's strength had been around the same as his before, yet it had increased again this time. Did that not mean that their difference in strength had shrunk once again? Or were they completely equal? Chapter 1658. Even with the Spirit King's mental fortitude, he could not help but gasp when he reached this conclusion. Jianshan's strength had increased so quickly that even he felt shocked. It had to be mentioned that this was a lower world where origin energy was thin. Once one reached the origin realm, it would be extremely difficult to make any further breakthroughs. It would take several times more time and effort, and it was even impossible to reach godhood due to the laws of the lower world. Although the Spirit King was unable to see through Jianshan's exact strength due to his cultivation method, he could still roughly sense it. Even if Jianshan had not reached peak reciprocity, he was not far from it. After reaching such a high level of strength, every single bit of improvement would be extremely difficult because the lower world would struggle to satisfy the cultivation requirements of reciprocity. However, Jianshan had managed to make quite a bit of progress in just 20 short years. The Spirit King could not help but sigh in amazement at his speed and talent. With the Spirit King seated, the other Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all hurried to the City Lord's estate. They all glanced at Jianshan with mixed feelings and reverence before silently sitting to the two sides of the Spirit King. The Spirit King had not been present during the negotiations last time, so Xiongzhong had been the strongest representative from the world of Forsaken Saints. Everything had been decided by Xiongzhong, but now that the Spirit King was personally present, all the elders and protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints, who were revered as sovereigns on the Tianyuan continent, immediately shut their mouths obediently. They dared not say anything more. Let's talk about the issue of territory now. Our world of Forsaken Saints has already decided on a region during the negotiations last time. The size of the region will be based on the total area of your 4 races. We've taken a quarter of the Tianyuan continent, the Sea Realm, the Beast Race, and the 100 races. That way, our world of Forsaken Saints will possess the same amount of land as your 4 races. What do you think? He stared at Jianshan in interest. He completely ignored the other Origin Realm experts who sat beside Jianshan. This was because everyone knew that there were only 2 main characters in this negotiation, the Spirit King and Jianshan. The other Origin Realm experts could not interfere at all because this was a world where strength reigned supreme. The person with the biggest fist would always be the one with the biggest fist. If Jianshan was not present in this world to keep the Spirit King busy, the world of Forsaken Saints and the Tianyuan continent would not have needed to resolve their problems through negotiations. Jianshan gently shook his head when he heard what the Spirit King had said. He said, "Shen Jian, I won't agree to your plan." "Then tell me your plan." The Spirit King's expression did not change as he spoke nonchalantly. He seemed to have expected that Jianshan would not agree so readily. After pausing for a moment, the Spirit King added, "In order to fend off the crisis of the world, our world of Forsaken Saints has made a very great sacrifice. We've paid a very great price. If we can't reach a peaceful agreement, I can't guarantee that our world of Forsaken Saints won't use force to resolve the issue." The Spirit King's words contained some threat. If the Tianyuan continent's plan did not satisfy them, their world of Forsaken Saints would start another war. The expressions of many Origin Realm experts on the side of the Tianyuan continent changed slightly. With the current strength of the Tianyuan continent, they were not afraid of starting a war with the world of Forsaken Saints. However, once a war broke out, it would be devastating. Even the shattered Tianyuan continent would be reduced to nothingness. After all, once someone reached the Origin Realm, the shockwaves of battle would be devastating to the entire world. In the past, when Jianshan and the Spirit King fought in outer space, they had forcefully split the moon in half. As a result, whenever night fell, countless people would see 2 crescent moons in the sky. They did not wish for the home planet that had nurtured them to become a second crescent moon. On the other hand, the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all felt proud of the Spirit King's power. They had even straightened their backs unknowingly. Due to their fear for Shangguanmu, last time, they had to be cautious no matter what they did. They were unable to act freely, so all of them felt extremely wronged. Now that the Spirit King was personally watching over them, they immediately regained the feeling of power they had in the past. Jianshan did not become angered at all by the Spirit King's threat. This was because the world of Forsaken Saints no longer possessed the strength to start a war with the Tian-Yuan continent. Once a war broke out between the two worlds, the world of Forsaken Saints would definitely be defeated. This was because his chaotic force had reached the 9th layer. Even though a crack had appeared on his chaotic Niden and he could only use 80% of the 9th layer's strength at most, it would still be far more powerful than when he was at the 8th layer. That's right. Your world of Forsaken Saints has played an important role in stopping the crisis of the world. If it were not for your assistance, our world might have been wiped out already. When the cultivators from your world willingly gave up their lives, I, Jianchen, promised that I would complete their final wishes and allow them to rest in peace, Jianchen said calmly. At the same time, a map appeared in his hand. He laid it flat on the table, and to no surprise, the map of the world was drawn on it. Jianchen stared at the map for a while before saying, "If I want to give you a piece of land, many of the people who originally lived there won't agree. After all, that piece of land is their foundation, and it's the ancestral ground of many people. It holds extraordinary significance and is even more important than their lives. Getting them to leave is even more difficult than killing them. There have even been many clans and a few kingdoms that have formed an alliance. If you want to live in that piece of land, they'll fight to the death. Although their strength is insignificant, there are several billion people in total. As a result, if we directly divide the land according to your suggestion, several billion people in our world will die in battle to protect their homeland. I can't let that happen." The Spirit King frowned and asked, "Then how do you plan on dealing with this matter?" Jianchen tapped the table with his fingers. After a moment of thought, he said, "I have indeed thought of a way to deal with this matter, which is to connect our two worlds. We'll abandon the prejudice of different territories and races and formally become one." "Connect our two worlds?" the Spirit King murmured. He was surprised. Jianchen's suggestion had completely exceeded his expectations. After all, the Tian-Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints were from two different worlds. In particular, the people of the two worlds had fought in the beginning, so they had accumulated some grievances. The Tian-Yuan continent had even been torn to pieces because of this. "That's right. Connect our two worlds. Our world won't give you any land. If your world of Forsaken Saints wants to obtain land that belongs to you, you'll have to use an equivalent amount of wealth to exchange for it. Although money is meaningless in our eyes, there are still many people in the mortal world who are willing to sell their land for some money," Jianchen said sternly. This was the only method he could think of that could satisfy the world of Forsaken Saints without harming their interests. After all, wealth could be described as omnipotent in the mortal world. Buying land was obviously nothing difficult. If the world of Forsaken Saints was willing to pay the price, the amount of land they could buy in this world would far exceed what they had expected. The light in the Spirit King's eyes flickered. He was rather tempted by Jianchen's suggestion as well. Although they would have to pay a certain amount of wealth if they wanted to obtain land, the world of Forsaken Saints had existed for countless years, and they were ruled by kings. Just the annual tribute was astronomical, so the Sacred Spirit Hall had accumulated a tremendous amount of wealth. Losing a few resources would not affect the Sacred Spirit Hall at all. On the other hand, they would be able to purchase land from the people of the four races through various resources. The land they would obtain in the end would be far greater than what they could obtain through negotiations, but that was only if the negotiations went smoothly. However, directly dividing up the land would affect the lives of several billion people. Chapter 1659. The Spirit King sank into his thoughts when he heard Jianchen's suggestion. Clearly, he was considering the pros and cons of this matter. He would discuss it with the elders and protectors behind him through communication techniques from time to time. For a moment, the city lord's estate fell silent. No one from the Tian-Yuan continent's side said anything. Jianchen had already told them the exact details. All they needed to do now was wait for the world of Forsaken Saints' reply, and see whether they agreed or not. This matter was clearly very important and would have an extremely deep impact on the world of Forsaken Saints. As a result, the Spirit King and the others dared not to be careless. Although they all seemed to be sitting there silently, they had already begun to discuss the matter. Time passed silently. 4 hours later, the Spirit King's voice rang out once again. "All right, I agree to your suggestion. From today onwards, our worlds will be connected. Our world of Forsaken Saints will be able to purchase any land in your world." Many of the Origin Realm experts from the Tian Yuan continent smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The matter of land from the world of Forsaken Saints had been weighing on their minds for 20 years. At the same time, they knew that as long as they had not reached an agreement on the matter of land with the world of Forsaken Saints, it was possible for the two worlds to erupt into war again. They were not afraid, but they did not wish to see something like that happen. Now that the matter of land had finally been resolved perfectly, many of them let out a sigh of relief. Jianshan smiled as well. He said sincerely, "I hope that our worlds can get along well in the future. Of course, there's one thing I must remind you about. If you want to purchase land in our world fairly, we won't restrict you. How much you can obtain will depend on your own abilities. However, I do not wish for you to force us to purchase land. If that happens, we will stop you. The fusion of our world and the world of Forsaken Saints will unavoidably result in some friction. If we don't control it well, a war might even erupt. Once the Holy Emperor is involved, the shock waves from the battle will cause great damage to the Tian Yuan continent. The Tian Yuan continent has already been torn apart, so it's extremely fragile. It can't endure the torment at all. As a result, I suggest that in order to prevent this from happening, we should arrange for a few Origin Realm experts to form an alliance. They will be in charge of coordinating this matter and preventing large-scale battles between Holy Emperor-level experts," Houston suggested. Jianshan nodded slightly when he heard that. He said, "That's a good suggestion. I think we need to form an alliance to prevent large-scale battles between experts. After all, the Tian Yuan continent won't just be our home in the future. It will be the home of your world of Forsaken Saints as well. We don't wish to see our home destroyed by our own hands." "All right, I agree to your suggestion," said the Spirit King. Afterwards, the two sides made some adjustments to the details of the connection between the two worlds. They both considered that it would not be easy for the two worlds to merge as they were from two different worlds. As a result, they set down many rules and restrictions to prevent large-scale battles from erupting between the two worlds. At the same time, the alliance between the world of Forsaken Saints and the Tian Yuan continent was formally established. The name of the alliance was the Heaven Saints Alliance, derived from the first word of the Tian Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints. The Heaven Saints Alliance did not have an alliance master, only alliance elders. Without any exceptions, the position of alliance elder was held by the Origin Realm experts of the two worlds. The purpose of the Heaven Saints Alliance's existence was to prevent large-scale conflicts between the cultivators of the two worlds, so that the shock waves from the battles could destroy their homeland. Aside from that, the Heaven Saints Alliance would not interfere with anything else. After the negotiations, the people of the two worlds all dispersed. The contents of the negotiations were announced to the world as soon as possible. Very soon, everyone on the Tian Yuan continent, the magical beasts, the wasteland continent, the sea race, and the other territories learned about the results of the negotiations. Some people acted like nothing had happened and did not care at all, while some people's eyes flickered with a wise light as they thought about how the situation of the world would develop after the change. At the same time, there were people who shed tears of joy as they cheered without emotion. They were the people who were prepared to protect their homes, kingdoms, ancestral homes, and clans. Originally, they were prepared to fight to the death with the world of Forsaken Saints. They swore that they would protect the land that belonged to them and that they had managed for countless years, even at the cost of their lives. However, as the results of the negotiations were announced, all of them became emotional. Many of them could not help but shed tears. It's Sovereign Jianchen. It's Sovereign Jianchen who has helped us. If it were not for Sovereign Jianchen's rejection of the idea of giving away our land probably would have belonged to the world of Forsaken Saints already. All of us who are deeply attached to this land would have been buried here with the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints before long. Thank you, Sovereign Jianchen. Thank you, Sovereign Jianchen. Long live Sovereign Jianchen. The other sovereigns of our world don't care too much about our lives, but Sovereign Jianchen cares about us. It's Sovereign Jianchen who has saved us. It's Sovereign Jianchen who has allowed us to protect the land of our ancestors. Very soon, people learned that the final change in the division of territory was all thanks to Jianchen. Immediately, many people expressed their gratitude to Jianchen. Jianchen had protected their homes. Jianchen had saved their lives. At that moment, several billion people in the world silently remembered Jianchen. There were even people who began to erect statues of Jianchen in a few cities. People would kneel before the statues every day, and there were even people who began to decorate their homes with statues of Jianchen. As the greatest sovereign of the world, Jianchen was supreme. However, he was not like the other sovereigns who did not care about the lives of the people who lived at the bottom of the food chain. He thought for them and spoke for them. In the end, he had protected their homes, protected their land, and saved their lives. Jianchen, who received the gratitude of countless people, appeared on Three Saint Island. He sat on a rock at the top of Three Saint Mountain as Shangguan Mu played the zither beside him. Her music was beautiful and pleasant, enough to enchant people. In the next period of time, Jianchen silently paid attention to the development of the two worlds. He wanted to see if anything unexpected would happen. The world of Forsaken Saints moved quickly after the negotiations. The next day, a large group of sainthood experts flew out of the tunnel between the two worlds and entered the Tian-Yuan continent. They then scattered in all directions, flying to the territories of the four races of this world. Chapter 1660. In a bustling city that was not small in scale, the high and mighty city lord was half lying on a chair, enjoying the singing and dancing in front of him. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man appeared in front of the city lord out of thin air and said directly, "I want to buy this city." The city lord leapt in fright from the sudden appearance of the person before him. When he heard what the person said, he became stunned. Only after quite a while did he ask with uncertainty, "You're from the world of Forsaken Saints?" The middle-aged man grinned and introduced himself. "I'm Stark. I come from the world of Forsaken Saints, the Holy Emperor of the 6th Heavenly Layer." "What, the Holy Emperor?" The city lord's limbs trembled as his face became rather pale. He was only a Heaven Saint Master right now, but even with that, he was still the greatest expert in the city. The Holy Emperor was an unreachable existence in his eyes. "I want to buy this city. You can go and negotiate with the people in the city. Whether it's money, battle skills, or cultivation techniques, I can take them all out. Depending on the size of the territory you occupy, you can get different rewards. Of course, if your performance is satisfactory, then I won't treat you unfairly." Stark said. But this city belongs to the Luofei kingdom." "If I do that," the city lord said in a troubled manner. He was not particularly willing to work for the people of the world of Forsaken Saint. After all, he was a human. How could he help a foreign race? However, the person standing before him was a holy emperor. Even if he was unwilling, he could not directly express it. "The Luofei kingdom you speak of only has a single saint ruler. If your contributions are great enough, I can make a request to the higher-ups. If you enter the sacred grounds of our world of Forsaken Saints to cultivate, you'll definitely become a saint ruler within 10 years, said Stark. "What? You'll let me become a saint ruler within 10 years? Is that true? The city lord's eyes widened as excitement filled his face. He had been a heaven saint master for many years already, but due to the limitations of his talent, he would never be able to reach sainthood. Sainthood was a fatal temptation to him. Of course. Just how precious is the sacred grounds of our world of forsaken saints. Reaching Saint Ruler is an extremely simple matter, Stark swore. Alright, I agree. Senior, as long as I can reach Saint Ruler, I'll do anything you want me to. The city lord agreed excitedly. In front of the hope of becoming a Saint Ruler, he had already tossed aside all thoughts of his race. Very few people knew that there was an ancient clan that had existed for several tens of thousands of years in a primitive mountain range. Today, a special guest had arrived in the ancient clan. This guest was nothing special, but he was able to infiltrate the ancient clan silently, ignoring all the defenses as if they were mere decorations. At this moment, the guest stood before the ancestor of the ancient clan. He said emotionlessly, "You have a hidden illness that prevents you from becoming a holy emperor. I just happen to be able to cure your illness and let you become a holy emperor within 100 years. At the same time, I'll give your clan 10 spots to become holy emperors. You can choose 10 people to give to me, and I'll let them all become kings within 100 years. All I want is for you to move out of this mountain range. From today onwards, this mountain range belongs to me." A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the ancestor. He said with a deep voice, "If I've guessed correctly, you should be a holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints to be able to infiltrate this place without me being able to see through your strength. Your conditions are indeed extremely tempting. If you were a human, I might have agreed already, but unfortunately, you're not. It's impossible for me to move this place. Don't you have any enemies? To be honest, we're looking for a lot of people this time. At the same time, there are a lot of people who can receive our help. They'll either obtain the cultivation method or battle skill they want, or their strength will skyrocket with our assistance. I can't guarantee that your enemies won't become even more powerful as a result," the Holy Emperor from the world of forsaken saints nonchalantly replied. The ancestor's face changed. A sliver of gloominess appeared in his eyes. "I'll give you 3 days to consider. I'll be back in 3 days." Similar occurrences did not just occur on the Tian-Yuan continent. They were common in the sea realm and among magical beasts as well. Not only did the people from the world of forsaken saints target mortal cities, they also targeted a few hermit clans and even ancient clans. They used various methods to entice them to move their land. The appearance of a saint-tier battle skill was enough for ancient clans to fight to the death. However, the world of forsaken saints possessed a deep heritage. Saint-tier battle skills that were extremely valuable on the Tian-Yuan continent were nothing to the world of forsaken saints. As a result, many hermit clans chose to sell their land on the very first day for the sake of a saint-tier battle skill, a saint-tier cultivation method, the right to become a holy emperor, or even a holy emperor. At the same time, they wanted to make their clans even more glorious and powerful. At the same time, the people from the world of forsaken saints purchased large amounts of land from ordinary people using money and other currencies. They even promised some benefits to the kings of a few kingdoms, winning their favor. As a result, the entire territory of a kingdom basically became their backyard. Of course, the world of forsaken saints did not run amok in the land. They only wanted territory and a good environment for their weaker clansmen to live in. This was because the environment in the world of forsaken saints was just too horrible. It was not suitable for mortal realm cultivators to live in. Countless clansmen would die to natural disasters every year, while the environment on the Tian-Yuan continent was like heaven compared to the world of forsaken saints. Jianshan and Shangguanmu sat on a rock on Three Saint Island. They observed everything that happened in this world, whether it be the Tian-Yuan continent, the sea realm, the magical beasts or the 100 races. It's only been a day, Yet the world of Forsaken Saints has obtained so much land. If this continues, they'll probably take over half of the Tian Yuan continent. Jianchen, do you already have a plan for this? Shangguan Mu'er looked at Jianchen,